friends of mine that knew I liked Metroid.
Okay, not to interrupt. We're on
board.
already. That was a great login. Yeah. All right. Thank you for joining in. Anybody that's out there in Cyberland that's watching us. We're Game Time with Doc, Lurch, and Greg. And we got everything up and running with the sound this week, so we should be able to have an episode. Now, just to remind everybody, this is our last episode until the new year. We're taking December off so everybody can do their holiday things and so I can move. My move is back on. We did finally get that going on. We're just waiting on the closing. So there's no way. And we're waiting. Basically, we're waiting on a 401k loan to come through to pay the closing cost. And so however long that takes is what finalizes the closing. But once that's done, I'll be moving. So congratulations to me, but and to Allison really, because it's her house.
Nice.
And but that means that I won't be available to host it, and of course we host everything piggybacked off my system. We come together from 3 locations, but my system's the main host. And plus gives people time to do their holiday things and stuff too. Now, I think on the 3rd Wednesday of December, are you still going to have your Hold Fast Brewing Company, Greg?
That is the plan.
Okay.
That is the plan, and in addition to that, I am in talks with Springfield's newest brewery, Banter Brewing Company, to get something started there. We haven't nailed down a date yet, but we are in talks.
What about Prehistoric? They're kind of new too, aren't they?
They opened in the midst of COVID, which more power to them that they survived all those shenanigans. Their schedule makes midweek game nights complicated. 417 Gamers didn't formally start something, but one of their own tried to start something on Tuesdays with them, but they're only open till 8, so they only had like a 2-hour span to get gaming in, which is good enough for one mid-length game, but they wound up moving to Best of Luck Beer Hall, which is a good place. They've hosted game nights before, and they've had a pretty good run there so far. Okay, I've been there twice in the last month.
Okay, I was just curious on that one. So you're in talks about possibly doing another board game night, maybe on a different Wednesday of the month or something. Okay, and then of course, as was announced, sadly, we're losing Greg at the beginning of the year. He will no longer be a regular host here, but he is always welcome to come back and guest host. And he hope he knows he's always a part of the Game Time family.
We'll see what happens.
And of course, Game Time is built off of our Eclectic Endeavors family. We put forth the Gaming Arts Media Entertainment Expo, the Picnic at the End of the Universe, Game Night at Holdfast Brewing Company, and other gaming activities throughout the year to try to promote the educational side to our nerdy hobbies, because there's a lot more to it than it used to be. You know, used to be parents would tell you, "Oh, you're wasting all your time playing those games," and then you find nowadays people are taking that love of games and turning around and getting a job at places like Industrial Light and Magic, Jim Henson Studios,
Warner Brothers.
Yeah. We have a friend. We still haven't checked to see if we're okay in naming them, but they work now for Warner Brothers. One of our locals here is just waiting to move, but is already telecommuting and working for Warner Brothers. We're quite excited about that. So that just shows you these games are not just games anymore. They're not just idle pastimes and hobbies. Our cosplayers, we've got some cosplayers in the area that can give some professional prop people run for their money. And so that's what we're about.
What?
And
I watched someone do an apocalypse, from the X-Men cosplay, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is so much better than what they had for the live action movie.
And then
no kidding.
And there's
I still haven't seen Apocalypse. That's been out for.
Oh, you haven't seen X-Men Apocalypse?
I still haven't seen it. It can't have been a decade, but what, like 6 years?
Yeah,
it has been a while. We've gotten 2 more X-Men movies.
Apocalypse has been a while,
then.
yeah. So it's probably been a little bit more than 6 years, but yeah. And there's a Riddler costume out here is just as good as the one Jim Carrey used in the movie, because one of our
2016, so 5 years ago.
Going on 6.
Feels longer somehow.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get a sound check going on the actual stream. Make sure you're actually hearing all this stuff we're saying, and we're not just saying it to entertain ourselves. Let's see. Let's refresh the stream monitor.
Back then I had no idea who Oscar Isaac was, but he played Apocalypse. I now know him as Poe Dameron from, right? Isn't that Poe Dameron from the new Star Wars movies?
I don't know the actor's name in either case, but that's interesting. That's quite a switch.
See, now we're going to do our sound check. So check 1 2, check 1 2. See, now we're going to do our sound check. So check 1 2, check 1 2. Now we're going to do our sound check. So check 1 2, check 1 2. Now we're going to do our
check 1 2.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Now we're going to do our
check 1 2.
Okay, I was waiting for that last one of Greg's to come in. All right, so we're all in and ready to go. Oh wait, I should start my chat monitor too while I'm here. I usually do that.
The same guy is playing Moon Knight, by the way.
Nice.
I can't.
That one I'm interested in.
I can't wait for Moon Knight.
I wasn't super thrilled for Moon Knight before, but then I saw the trailer and it looks awesome.
Yeah, there's been some good trailers out. We're going to even talk about a trailer today at least. There's at least one we're talking about, and I might squeeze another talk in while we're talking about that one too. Most of my content today is going to be media content. He's
also been cast as Solid Snake for Metal Gear Solid movie, but I'll believe that movie's coming out when it's in theaters, because they've been talking about that for a long time. They've been talking about that movie for so long.
There's a lot of stuff that's on and off the books. I mean, they like talk about doing it, then they cancel, then it gets rehashed and said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and do it now. And then
when we see a trailer featuring Hideo Kojima, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the same actors in Dune.
You got to see a trailer at least. That's kind of a requirement nowadays.
We need to see an official trailer. They put out photos. I've seen a couple of photos. I'm like, still need to see a trailer. It's listed right now in pre-production.
Nothing's official till there's an official trailer, and even then, it can still die.
Preferably at Comic-Con.
Yeah, Comic-Con or at one of the other experiences like the DC experience or something.
Like an E3 or a Game Awards would make sense for a Metal Gear Solid movie.
Yeah.
With one of the video gaming centric ones.
But that's the thing. It's got to show up at one of these big cons so that we know it's not a con.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me chew my ice real quick. Okay. We're going to go ahead now and get started. Let's see. Let's get my chat monitor going again on my phone just to make sure.
He had a very brief role in the movie Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Really?
His character was called Interesting Person Number 1.
Oh, very interesting.
Ooh, yeah. That's
he's
top
in
Dune
right
there.
He's Gomez Adams on the Addams Family. Huh. Yeah.
That's a top credit.
Gomez on the last 2 Addams Family movies.
Interesting Person Number 1. That's the one I want to see.
Yeah, Interesting Person. That sounds like the roles I got cast in for the plays I used to do.
Well, it's like a friend of mine from
Bad
California.
Luck guy.
Well, a friend of mine from California, his claim to fame that he likes to brag about is he was a putty on the Power Rangers.
Well, it's good to know the guy's got some chops, because Poe Dameron was the least interesting new character in the new Star Wars movies to me. I don't know what everybody else had their dander up about.
He was a really popular character for a lot of people. Like, he kind of suddenly became a popular side. He was a side character, but he became super popular for the amount of screen time he had.
He's a
That's
super
kind of
sidekick.
Star Wars norm, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a super sidekick.
Like,
yeah, but when it's Lando Calrissian being a side character, that's like Billy D. Williams.
Yeah.
There, that guy's got personality to spare.
Mm-hmm.
And not to throw shade at Poe Dameron or his actor, but I just didn't feel that he was a major player until he was pushed into the spotlight in episode 8.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get going on our topics.
Yeah.
Just because, first off, as a reminder, Game next year will be October 14th, 15th, and 16th. So mark your calendar. We are going to do a live game if at all possible next year. Hopefully COVID is cooperating at least enough to let us do that. And for our first topic of the week, we're going to let Greg start us off with the official Queen's Gambit board game.
Yep, this has been covered by a couple of different websites. Comicbook.com's covered it. Dicebreaker.com has covered it. The TV show came out in, I believe, it came out last year, October, according to one of the articles. And since then, predictably, I've seen some of the series. I haven't seen all of it, but the performances were very good. The drama building was very good. And predictably, chess set sales spiked. And Asmodee is producing a Queen's Gambit board game, and it is not a direct chess analog. It's, number one, it's 2 to 4 players, which is a heavy divergence from classic chess. But in keeping with the kind of stay multiple steps ahead of your opponent theme of the show and of chess generally, the game seems to run on a mechanic where you have a deck of cards that you play to program your movements for the next 3 turns. And then the other players play their cards, and you're basically, the board is set up in a kind of a puzzle format in such a way that you are trying to anticipate how your opponents are going to capture areas of the board, and then you try to play around that. And so it's almost not a bluffing game, but where you try to anticipate your opponent's ideal move and then play against that, but then your opponents are trying to play against you, and so on and so forth.
It's a multi-turn tactical game.
On the Dicebreaker article, let me check Comic Book if there's. Comic Book doesn't have the image. Dicebreaker has an image, what looks like the backside of the game box, what will be the backside of the game box once it's printed, that shows 4 queen pawns of different colors arrayed on all 4 sides of the chessboard. And it looks like there are cards that have a random arrangement of the chessboard, like which pieces are where. And then players play their cards to try to maximize their acquisition of territory on the game board. There's a third article, and I kind of just want to... what's that?
I was going to say there's also a special Gambit piece that each player has. It says here in the article, each player has a Gambit piece that they move across the board, trying to capture your chess pieces.
Possibly. That might be the queen pawn. It's from a German production company, so the text on the back of the
Note for next time. Cooked pieces and
bringing this up a little bit out of spite, because it's from boingboing.net. It says, Netflix The Queen's Gambit, the board game, is a board game inspired by the television show. If you're thinking there's already a relevant board game in this situation, you shut your damned mouth. And then there's a blurb describing the overall premise of the Queen's Gambit board game. It says, reminds me of novelizations of films that were themselves adapted from novels. I wonder what the most bizarre example is, and what Alan Dean Foster wrote it, and when Alan Dean Foster wrote it. I don't know who Alan Dean Foster is, but this sounds like the kind of...
Oh, he's a great author.
...of review from somebody who's never actually watched... Nevertheless, it sounds like the kind of review from someone who hasn't watched the movie or show or book or played the game that they're reviewing and is just trying to get in some cheap punches. It's still fairly new. In fact, it's not even out for wide-scale release yet, but it alleges to be a pretty short game, 2 to 4 players for 15 minutes of play. And for $30, I don't know. I'd be keen to see a full playthrough of the game. But that might not be for a little while longer yet.
I pulled an image of the board. This is supposedly what the board game looks like. I went ahead and did an image search so I can give
that looks like
kind of a visual.
That looks like the image on the back of what would otherwise be the game box.
So it looks like your standard chess pieces.
Each player has their own deck of cards.
Deck of cards are tokens for your standard chess pieces. So the queens would probably be your Gambit pieces because they're the only actual pieces in the game.
Probably, hence Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, that makes sense. But that's a nice looking board. I mean, it's not a huge. I mean, it's a standard huge production value, but it's okay.
Yeah, I have no way of knowing whether it's worth the $30 price of admission. The best I can guess is, since from what I've read, players are basically planning 3 moves in advance. I don't know if that goes clockwise around the board, starting with a randomly determined player, but my best guess is that players take it in turns and try to capture as many pieces on the board as they can based on the movements of the cards they play. And then at the end of those 3 rounds, either somebody has gained enough of a lead to have cemented a win, or there's still some variance, but then you go another round and you play until probably, if it's a 50-minute game, probably not more than 3, maybe 4 rounds until one player has gained enough of a lead, gained enough board dominance that they are the winner.
Right. Still interesting enough. And back to the main
solid concept.
Yeah, solid concept.
And hardly the first chess derivative mass-produced game that there's been. I've got Onatama in my closet, and it's still
I love
one
Onatama.
Of my favorite 2-player games ever.
Onatama is an awesome game. So much harder than chess in ways. Because I'm good at chess.
It's simpler.
It's literally very good at chess. But Onatama is a lot harder to win.
I have chess. I still have chess in my closet. I haven't played it in almost 20 years. But yeah, it's Onitama is conceptually simpler, but it's still got a lot of meat and it's got a lot of room to play around. I won a game of Onitama by accident. Like my opponent called out the fact that I could win that turn, and if he hadn't said anything, I would have played out my turn and we would have just kept going because I didn't even realize that I had him in checkmate.
Yeah. I mean, I love Onatama. And like I said, I'm considered really good at chess. I was like ranked 3rd in California when I was a preteen. So I was really good in the team circuit of chess players for my area. And Onatama is one that I find a lot more strategically difficult to play. They're both, but I love chess. I'm a chess nerd. What can I say? Now I must confess, I did not watch The Queen's Gambit when I had Netflix. I had a chance. Even I don't have Netflix now, but it started before I stopped Netflix, and I did not watch it. There was just always so much.
I haven't watched the whole series.
I didn't watch any.
I haven't watched the whole series. I've watched a couple episodes, and chess is a hard game to make a spectator sport out of, but damn it, they tried and they kind of succeeded.
I don't know. I mean, chess tournaments have been going on for years as spectators.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Is chess it's a spectator sport to the right spectators, I guess.
Fair enough.
I'm not the person to ask on these things though, because I don't find I don't really care to watch people compete much, whether it's a sport, football or chess or even video games. I don't typically watch esports or anything even. It's just not my thing.
I don't watch a lot of that either.
Yeah, I mean, like,
same.
I even as a kid, not on a team specifically, but with friends, I had fun playing sports with friends, baseball and football and stuff like that. I just didn't ever watch it with anybody.
I always saw it as for doing, not watching.
Yeah, I guess that's my thing. Is I'm more of a fan of doing, not watching. And if I'm watching, it's because it's got a plot. I do like chess quite a bit. I don't play very much. I used to play a lot when I was younger, and I have a small collection of chess sets. I got like 5 or 6 chess sets. One of them that's Super Mario Brothers themed. One that's Dragon themed. I got one that was hand carved. I'm quite a fan of them, and
maybe we should play sometime.
Yeah. I'm not particularly good, but I enjoy it.
I vaguely remember how Enpassant and castling works, but I have to check Wikipedia to remember for sure.
Castling, the king and the castle.
I probably lose more often than I win.
The king and the castle. The king and the castle that you're going to move in the castling move both must have never moved before in the game. So it must be their first move of the game. Then what you do is you move the castle 2 spaces towards the king and then put the king on the other side of the castle.
Okay.
And that's how castling works. That's an easy one.
That's the thing. I could never remember exactly how far they move.
Yeah. Well, it's different depending on which side castle you're using. So what you do is you move the castle to, and then the king just goes to the other side like he jumps it. And he goes to the side the opposite side of the castle from where he started. And that's all it is. But it's the only time in the whole game that the king can move more than 1 space.
Yeah.
You can also not castle out of check, by the way.
You can't? Oh, I didn't know that.
You cannot castle out of check. That is not a legal move. A lot of people misdo that one, but you're not allowed to castle out of check. And it's still been a long time since I've actually played actively, so I can't remember Enpassant at all myself.
Yeah.
But we're going to go ahead.
I think that's when like I know you can move the pawn on the first move that a pawn moves. You can move it 2 spaces instead of 1, but every subsequent move it can only move 1 space. I think if an opposing and I think if an opposing pawn is close enough that you can pass by it with your pawn, like move aside it and then 1 step further as that pawn's first move, I think you can capture the pawn Enpassant, in passing. I think the French is literally in passing for that phrase. I'm not sure what I as I recall, the introduction of being able to move the pawn 2 spaces on its first move was basically to speed up the early game. But definitely a tactical choice in the mid to late game.
That was the reason behind it. Let me see here.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that other part. I'm definitely familiar with the 2 spaces on its first move, but I'm not familiar with taking the other piece while you're passing it. I'll have to look that up. I haven't heard
here
of
it
that.
is. Enpassant, in simple words, is a rule in chess according to which a pawn can be captured immediately after it moves 2 squares from its starting square by the enemy pawn. The enemy pawn catches the pawn assuming it moves only 1 square.
Okay, so if the pawn moves 2 squares forward, the enemy pawn can move into the middle square of its movement, what would normally be its first square of movement, and then capture the other pawn as it passed. Almost like an attack of opportunity in D&D.
After it moves 2 squares from its starting square by the enemy pawn. That's how it sounds like.
Huh. Okay.
I don't think
I kind of had it right, but in reverse.
I don't think anybody ever really used that in a tournament game that I played.
So the pawn that's moving 2 spaces could die if it's passing an enemy pawn?
Yes. Because normally in ye olde rules, pawns could only ever move 1 space at a time.
Yeah.
But then like Doc and I said, they modified the rules so that pawns could move 2 spaces on their first turn. If the enemy pawn is in a position where moving through that first space would put them in a position where they could have been captured if they had stopped on the first space of movement, then on the opponent's next turn, they can move into that empty space that the pawn moved through and then take it then. It'd be easier to show if we had like a chessboard.
I'm getting you now.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Wow. I didn't know that.
It's not a move that's used by the more professional chess players. Don't use it because a lot of things like castling gets used very rarely in professional tournaments too.
Well, my thinking is you don't see it in professional plays because the professionals know if I make that move, I'll be taken out.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Like the ability to move a pawn 2 spaces in a row on the first move was created to accelerate that early game, and it sounds like Enpassant was made in response to that move so that players couldn't go, oh no, I moved 2 spaces, you can't do that thing. No, but the intent of that rule was to speed up that part of the game, not so that you could cheat your way out of getting captured by another pawn.
Yeah, it's to stop people from cheating.
It's a patch for a patch.
Advantage. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. A patch for a patch.
Yep. And a lot of those
makes a whole lot of sense.
A lot of those little tricks are not used a whole lot in professional level play. Like, for instance, the 3 to 5 move checkmate. You almost never see that in tournament play because almost every pro out there is already looking for it.
Yeah.
So they don't fall for
that. I mean, they wouldn't be very pro if they fell for it.
Oh, once in a while I've caught a pro with that one just because they don't expect it in tournament play.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So anyway.
It's fun to watch people who are relatively new at any game succeed because they do things that are so random or so
esoteric.
I don't know, so basic that the pros don't see it coming.
Yeah. It's kind of like someone jumping onto a fighting video game and they don't know what they're doing, so they just button mash their way to winning.
Yeah.
I've won.
Nice.
I've lost more than one Street Fighter tournament that way. Okay, let's go on to our next topic. I think we've spent enough time on this one.
Yep.
And that's the Xbox topic. Celebrating 20 years of Xbox.
Yes. Okay. So, a few days last week, November 15th, Xbox celebrated 20 years of Xbox. They put out this whole little video where they were talking about things they had. Well, hang on. They had all kinds of things where they were like doing giveaways and showing footage from the past. One of the highlights of that night was they announced 76. I don't know why they keep saying over 70 when it was 76. Just say 76.
Yeah.
New backward compatible games from the Xbox original and Xbox 360 eras that can now be played on Xbox Ones and Xbox Series S and X. They haven't had an update on this on the backwards compatibility in quite a while, but they've been working at it. 76 more games is a huge update, and a lot of these games are getting, frames per second boosts. They're getting resolution upgrades, things like that. So these games are not only going to be playable on newer hardware, they're going to look better than they ever looked before.
Load time.
At least for console on the new hardware.
Better load times, everything, yeah.
So, yeah, better load times, better frame rates, better, framing per second is kind of a big thing. Auto HDR says like all games support auto HDR, and many will receive a resolution enhancement even.
So anti-flicker and
Not
stuff
bad
like
for
that
just
too.
So yeah, there's going to be that was on here. Some of the highlights are like the Fear franchise.
I love Fear too.
Yeah, this Dead Space games, Oblivion. You'll be able to play Oblivion on Elder Scrolls Oblivion on it on the new Xboxes. The Gears of War franchise. Let's see here. They're adding Titans, boosts to that. Let's see here. They got all kinds of stuff. Do they have just a list on this page? I don't think they do. But it had me pretty excited. Just a ton more games that they're adding on there and with improvements to play on modern hardware. Let's see. Mine are keeping a little bit short today, or at least for a couple of them. 2 of my 3, I'm going to keep it a little bit short.
Well, yeah, because we're going to have a lot of stuff in media.
So, yeah.
The FPS boost is interesting. I'm curious to watch somebody live stream or record video of playing like Fallout New Vegas or Dead Space 2 or something like that.
Or just
Dragon Age.
Oblivion.
Yeah.
Dragon Age 2 would be good too. Yeah, Dragon Age 2 would be awesome. With a recording of it with a higher frame refresh.
Yeah. I'm sure Sonic Generations will benefit from a faster frame rate.
Oh, definitely.
A game about going fast.
Right.
I like this. They have this little chart here that's like original Xbox games will experience resolution increase on all newer Xbox consoles. If it's going from the original Xbox to an Xbox One or Xbox One S, it'll get a double resolution increase, 2 times. It's going to an Xbox Series S, a triple resolution increase, and Xbox Series X or Xbox One X, 4 times resolution increase. Of course, that's 4 1080p, 4K. So I think the old ones were. I think the originals were 720p, if I remember right, on the original Xbox. So yeah, they're getting quite an upgrade.
That's good, actually. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an Xbox person, as you know, but
yeah,
still better technology, faster frame rate.
There is
one of the big things Xbox suffered from was frame rate refresh problems.
Yeah. Oh, here's a few more games here. We got the entire Max Payne series, Dead or Alive Ultimate, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Star Wars Starfighter, a Togi franchise. Those are all just from the original Xbox titles. I was going to say one other thing is there is one downside to this announcement. It's an overall good thing. But they said that this is going to be the last batch of backwards compatibility they're going to do. After this, they won't be doing any more additions to the backwards compatibility list. And my understanding is this isn't a technical limitation. It's like a licensing limitations. They weren't able to secure the licensing from the companies that own it to be allowed to make them backwards compatible.
Because they tried for more titles.
Seems kind of crazy to me, but I'm not a legality expert, so don't ask me. It just kind of seems like me if they just had, an emulator or whatever tool on there, it could just play everything from it. But Phil Spencer said that'd be the dream to be able to run everything on there. But yes, licensing.
It makes sense if they don't think they can make enough money to justify the cost of all those licenses, then what can you do?
Yeah. And some companies are wanting to hold on to the licenses for themselves so they can repackage and sell them on new consoles. They'll be like, why take the few dollars from Microsoft to put it on the backwards compatibility list when we could repackage it in our own HD resolutions for $60?
Yeah. Hold back, build up more hype, and then make the trilogy anthology platinum edition,
or have the consoles
see if we can repackage that Mass Effect magic.
Yeah, which I'll say that Mass Effect remaster was great, but unfortunately the Grand Theft Auto trilogy remaster is not so much.
Yeah, well, and plus
I don't know. Did we talk about that one before?
Yeah, we did.
I don't know if we talked about it, but I saw a meme. It had like a 0.5 on some rating site, and then the Peppa Pig game was like a 4 point something. I don't remember.
Yeah, the PC version was so messed up that they had to pull it from the PC store for a few days to make some adjustments. Yeah, and they're offering people on the PC free copies of the original games to download if you bought the remastered versions.
Wow.
Yeah.
That bad.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of specifics to it. Like they included audio tracks for songs in the game that they don't have licensing for. Like it can't be normally played on the game, but it's still not allowed to be in the game. You know what I mean? They aren't allowed to have those audio tracks in there. And then also, you may remember from back in like 2004, 2005, somewhere around there when San Andreas first came out, they had that hot coffee mod. Where they had the sex simulation mini game in it, and they got sued, lost millions of dollars. The hot coffee mod was in this version of the game, in the remasters.
I was never clear on that. Was that a thing that was in the original game and people unlocked it via the code, or was that a mod that somebody created for the game?
It was created by Rockstar originally, and it was made for the game, and then it was determined that it wouldn't be able to be... They couldn't include it in the game as a playable thing because it'd make it an AL rating as too graphic.
Yeah.
But instead of removing the code, they just simply basically commented out the line of code that calls for it, so that whenever you go to do it in game, it would just have the screen go black and have an audio instead of you doing the minigame, an audio to indicate that they were having sex instead of letting you play a minigame. But some people hacked, accessed the code, found that bit of code, and then just make it a minor adjustment so that it was accessible. And then put out the information for the public to be able to know how to do it as well, with instructions on how to do it.
As gamers do.
And that violated the ESRB rating system, because that change would change the game from an M rating to an AL rating. And that's why they got sued for millions of dollars. And everyone who bought the original version of the game was supposed to be given $15 or $20 or something from Rockstar. And I forget what the word is, but basically paying them for the inconvenience of getting a game that was incorrectly rated.
Recompense.
GameStop immediately, the day that it came out, recompense. GameStop, I know, and all other retailers got an immediate alert to not sell any more copies of that game and to send them all back to Rockstar. And the used game stores weren't allowed to accept in the old copies as trade-ins. And they had to put it new box art and stuff out when they re-released the game a couple months later with the code removed, so that stores would know that they were getting the version of the game that didn't have the hot coffee code in it. It was a whole big problem. And these remasters have that code in it. What got them in trouble back then? You would think they would at least avoid the stuff that could get them into trouble for millions of dollars again, right?
Right?
Yeah, but that takes work. It becomes a whole thing.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought that we talked about that on a previous episode. Maybe we...
I know we didn't talk about the
maybe I was planning on it and I couldn't make it. Yeah. It's been a mess. It has been... And besides that, it's been really buggy where, you make a turn and the frame rates would drop. I think Digital Foundry said the Switch version would drop to as low as 14 frames per second sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's low.
Yeah. The Switch version can't even hold a 30 frame per second. Steady. And even the PS5 version struggles with maintaining frames. It keeps varying while it's in use. Not as bad as the Switch version, but still pretty rough.
That's poor programming.
Anyway.
Okay, well, we're going to go on to the next topic now.
It's a cyberpunk situation.
Right?
Yeah, let's go on.
Okay, this one is one of my only non-media ones. I wanted to throw in a Kickstarter this week. It's called Xenotheria. It's a new Steam game. That's what it's for. It's for Steam, so that means it'll probably be ported to cell phones pretty quickly, because Steam games are basically based on cell phone code. And it's at roughly over half of what they're asking for. Their only goal is 25,000, and they've made 14,066, and they've still got 3 weeks to go. So I think they've got a pretty decent chance. It's a single player RPG. It's one of those card-based RPGs. I think it's nice because it's got quirky alien characters. It's got some nice smooth looking graphics there for being a Steam game. Still cartoony, but very smooth. Very much a card-based game. Those card-based RPGs are really big in the cell phone genre right now. We talked, for instance, Queen's Gambit uses cards for some things. It's getting to be more and more games are relying on some card-based mechanics to add some variety into their gameplay. I love deck builder games personally myself, and these are kind of like digital deck builders. And so it's really good for that. And it's just, I wanted to pull in a neat little game just to show you what's on offer. At the time, I was looking for content because I didn't have a whole lot of content. So this was just a fun, because if some of you recall, we did not have a show last week because of technical difficulties. And this is one of my legacy topics from last week. But anyway, it's just another Kickstarter you might want to take a look at if you're interested in it. It combines narrative-driven exploration with unique puzzles and card battle mechanics. So, if it's got a really good narrative story and cute aliens, I think it's going to appeal to at least some portion of the gamer base out there. We like those kind of things.
Legit.
Yeah, but I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I just wanted to point it out as a quick one. Like I said, most of my talk this week is going to be on media stuff. So we'll go on to the next one unless anybody has a comment on this.
Well, the tactical element looks interesting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check out the trailer video and see what the levels are, what the backer levels are.
And like I said, I like the cute aliens. I think they're neat little take on aliens. There's always a new way to do them, and sometimes you can make them cute and adorable for kids, and sometimes you make them more bestial for teens and adults. And these are more the for kids kind of level of cartooning. The cuteness, very Nickelodeon esque cartoon type stuff. Cartoon. Yeah, stupid. No. Okay. We'll go on to our Yes, Dexter, I can read your mind, and I'm smarter than you. No. Okay. Here we go. I'll get off of my...
Dexter's laboratory.
Out of my laboratory!
Didi, get out of my laboratory! Hey, Dexter! You don't get me started on Dexter's laboratory and stuff like that. Soon I'll be doing Ed, and Eddie.
Hey, I know this isn't on my list, but you just reminded me. We're talking about Dexter's Laboratory, Cartoon Network stuff. Did you guys hear about this new game they just announced called Multiverses?
Multiverses? No.
Yeah, it's a platform fighter game like Smash Brothers, but it's characters owned by Warner Brothers, which includes Cartoon Network characters, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, most of DC characters.
Multiverses, like multiverses, like a versus fighting game. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's got all kinds of stuff.
That would be pretty neat.
It's gonna have, it's an official game that's in the works. They just announced it. Oh, I don't know, a week ago. It's got, like I said, it's got Shaggy from Scooby Doo.
I think I saw a video on that.
They're totally taking use of the memes of like Ultra Instinct Shaggy or whatever, where he's got like superpower charging stuff.
I saw a video for that on Facebook. It was specifically Shaggy.
Yeah.
I see a screen cap of Bugs Bunny teaming up with the BTAS Batman.
Yes.
That looks awesome.
It's kind of similar,
Steven
I guess,
Universe.
They did something similar with the Adult Cartoon Invasion. They made a Cartoon Invasion Rumble game for the cell phones that had like Family Guy and American Dad and Bob's Burgers.
This one's got Arya. This one has Arya Stark from Game of Thrones. Tom and Jerry.
Wow.
The
Arya
characters from
like one of my favorite characters
Adventure Time. Yeah, Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn?
Oh man. Yeah. And it's got the actual like voice actors. It's got the actual voice actors. They got Kevin Conroy as Batman.
Oh.
Think about
that makes me happy.
A tag team of Harley Quinn and Arya Stark. That would be amazing.
Oh man. And that's something else is the focus. They said the focus for the gameplay on this is mostly two people's working together. So like they can have different abilities that go together. Like Bugs Bunny can dig a hole in the ground and then pop out somewhere else, and his teammate can drop into that hole and pop out as well.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And other cooperative combinations you can do.
So co-op combinations.
2022 release.
Yeah. Oh man,
that'll be one to watch.
So thrilled to see that.
That's more exciting than my Xenotheria. Actually,
let me play Peridot or Amethyst from Steven Universe, and I'm good.
I don't know the Steven Universe characters, but there are Steven Universe characters in it.
I didn't watch Steven Universe.
Steven Universe is in a couple of the stills, and I hope they build on that.
And I don't watch Adventure Time either, so neither one of those are my thing. But give me Game of Thrones and DC characters, and I'm not
Tom and Jerry.
Tom
and Jerry from Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Well, not exactly Looney Tunes, but yeah, Tom and Jerry from Hanna-Barbera. Merry Melodies. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm not even the best fan of Scooby-Doo, but I know all of it. And Ruby Roo.
I think I saw a clip of him throwing a sandwich at Superman.
That sounds pretty good, doesn't it, Scooby?
They got, if I remember right, they have Tara Strong for Harley Quinn.
Sweet.
They actually got Matthew Lillard for Shaggy.
I was going to
ask. The voice of Shaggy for Shaggy.
I was going to ask because he's doing most of the Shaggy work, but there's another guy that's doing some of it. So I wanted to ask.
No, they got Matthew Lillard for it.
Matthew Lillard is like the perfect person for Shaggy.
They have Maisie Williams doing Arya Stark.
Oh, nice. Maisie.
Maisie Williams. Yeah. It's incredible. Like, I enjoyed the Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl. The gameplay of it is pretty fun, but it's like missing the soul of the characters because there's no voiceover, right? This has the voiceover. This has a lot more love in it, I think, than the Nickelodeon All-Stars. And they said plenty more characters to announce in the future. This is just the initial roster that they're making available to the public today, and there's more to come.
Oh wow, that's great. Okay, we're gonna move on. But
any character owned by Warner Brothers could appear in it.
That's a big roster.
Well, and if you want to look as an example, if you saw the new Space Jams, a lot of the characters owned by Warner Brothers. You've got things like the Iron Giant, you've got King Kong. You've got
the Mask.
You've got the Mask.
Oh yeah.
You've Godzilla. All the kaiju characters are Warner Brothers own the American rights to.
Yeah.
So in addition to Wonder Woman and Batman and Superman and the Looney Tunes themselves and all that, you've got all these different characters that are Warner Brothers subsidiary characters, and you saw a lot of them in the new Space Jams movie depicted, and so that just gives you a small cutout of what they could use. The Matrix. The Matrix is Warner Brothers.
Yeah, Matrix isn't Harry Potter as well.
Yes, it is.
Harry Potter, The Matrix. I mean, there's so much that's owned by either Warner Brothers or Disney that if either one of them wants to take full advantage of their franchise rights, oh my God, the team-ups that you could come up with.
Weasley twins, go!
Yeah.
Weasley twin powers activate.
No, there's this mischief managed. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Activate.
Like that's their opening when they come out on stage. Like I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. And then at the end when they win, they say mischief managed.
Yes.
That's
a victory taunt.
When they come in,
make it happen.
it comes on the screen. They first have the Marauders map unfold out, and they pop out of it. They say their oath, and at the end, mischief managed, and they jump back into the map, and it folds up.
Oh man!
Or they take off in an array of magical like dragon fireworks, like in the 5th movie.
Right, because they are badass. Because the Weasley twins were just awesome.
Yes.
Okay, we've done enough supposition now, guys. Can't wait to hear more about that one. We'll be following that one, and hopefully, maybe there'll be some more information in January when we come back, and me and Lurch will touch on this subject again in the new year. On to our next topic, which should be Greg again. Massive Zombie Galactus.
Yeah, Come On Games, which I have a couple of their titles. They're good at producing miniatures games, not Euro games. Got what I guess some people call Ameritrash board games, where there's weird like win conditions for scoring points. They're doing their 50th Kickstarter, and boy, are they going all out. If you scroll down a little bit on that article, you can see the scale on... It looks like they're doing a version of Zombicide. I assume it's a standalone game. I've heard nothing but good things about the Zombicide series, a cooperative board game where players are trying to escape a zombie apocalypse. And it looks like they are doing a Marvel Zombies version based on the popular Marvel Zombies comic series, which will include, as part of its set, a 2-foot-tall Zombie Galactus miniature that is 1.5 feet wide at the base. And I am dying to know how the tactical rules will work with this ass. This isn't inches, a big...
Oh my god.
Art.
17 inches
17
wide,
plus inches, which I take to mean 18 inches.
Or just shy of.
Well, it's going to be like 17 point something. It's not going to be quite 18, I don't think.
Yeah,
2 feet tall.
Yeah, but if it's a tactical squares map, or even tactical hexes, then that should give you a sense of the space this badass is going to take up. This wasn't a big topic for me. I just saw big ass Zombie Galactus, and I was like, "Ooh, some collector nerds need to know about this." And
I am sending this to Angel right now.
Right?
He loves Marvel Zombies, and Galactus is his favorite character, so he needs to know this exists.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted a little bit myself.
I mean,
I'm tempted myself because I just want to see how the game works with a zombie miniature that takes up that much space.
Well, basically, Galactus is
not very miniature.
Galactus, in a lot of ways, is an active celestial, because if you watch the end of Eternals, they are birthed from planetary energy, and Galactus goes around eating planetary energy. He's a starving celestial, and or an unstable celestial.
Which kind of begs the question: what's the difference between Galactus and Zombie? I guess Galactus kind of has the ability to restrain himself, whereas maybe Zombie Galactus is just nom nom everything that it can get its hands on.
Yeah,
well, Galactus is sentient.
That is a good question. What's the difference?
Galactus is sentient, even if he doesn't care. Zombie Galactus not only doesn't care, but he's mindless and just eats. So who knows?
I've seen panels from the Marvel Zombies from some of the comic books. Some of the characters barely retain their sentience.
Some do,
enough
Wanda,
to.
If you watch the What If episode, Wanda kept some of her sentience. Some, not a whole lot, but Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, and another head survived, and part of that had to be, the zombie thing is partly why they were able, even though the head was on the good guy's side, not on the zombie side. Part of the ability for a head to survive had to be involved with zombies, because otherwise, no heart, no lungs, no.
Yeah.
Unless they came from the head museum in Futurama. But anyway.
But yeah, if you're looking for a trophy for your Marvel mantle, this is coming right up.
Oh yeah, this is something that I would want to display prominently, and it's even in my favorite.
And even
color.
as and even as a monochromatic piece, it looks pretty good. But if you dulled that thing up in true Galactus colors, or
that's what I would do.
If you're a pro, if you're a pro miniature painter and you did some rust and some. Galactus doesn't eat people per se, so there wouldn't be blood, but whatever ethereal planet stuff would be dripping from his gaping, desiccated maw would look really awesome. I can't wait to see what some miniature painters do with this.
I would paint the shit out of this. And it's actually bichromatic because it's got the gray base and then the purple miniature.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could go in and you could do all the accents and stuff on the different things that are ticked out on the costume, and then totally gore it out in the face area. Any exposed flesh areas could be gored out like to the extreme, and put some patches and globules of something dripping on his armor, like bits of, like maybe he had eaten the great old one or something. Mm-hmm. Because it's kind of, or Fin Fang Foom,
I'm looking forward to getting back out and attending some game conventions next year. And if I see a table that is hosting one of these games, I'm there.
Just if nothing else,
if watch. Not to play, at least to watch.
At least to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you. I can understand that. I can't wait to be able to go to actual physical conventions again. I would love to feel healthy enough to do it and feel safe enough to do it. And if they would just start doing stuff to make it so, I would be overjoyed. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on from this, but that's a badass looking Galactus. I got to say, that's awesome. I love Galactus too. I mean, maybe not as much as Angel, but I love Galactus.
Yeah, he replied back saying, "I've seen them zombies eat Galactus and gain his powers. Zombie Galactus sounds terrifying."
Yep. So next on our topic list is the Game Awards 2021 nominations.
Yeah. So the Game Awards is coming up soon, by Jeff Keighley, and we're gonna have they've revealed who the nominees are for it. And I just kind of wanted to give a quick shout out to the nominees, so that people, I don't want to go through all of them. There's quite a few different categories and stuff. But one I wanted to bring up, or something I did want to bring up, the Game of the Year nominees. One that surprises me, but I'm so happy it's here, is It Takes Two, because I felt like that was one of the best games I've played this last year, and I was worried I was worried it'd be too underrated to make it on the nominees list. So I'm really happy to see it make it on here.
It's nice to see another Ratchet and Clank.
Have you played it, Greg? I think
Diane and I haven't finished it, but we've played through. I don't know when the game ends. I don't know how far we have. We got through the Mecha Queen Bee boss or Queen Wasp boss. So I don't know how far that is, but yeah, I friggin' love that game. And the mini games that are spattered throughout of it, where you can just play against each other and just have fun. Yeah.
It's great, and the writing is so good on that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I like seeing another Ratchet and Clank in the Game of the Year nominations. What was that? I like seeing a Ratchet and Clank game in the name.
Yeah, that was
Rift Apart.
Yeah, And I was expecting to see that one on there. It was very high profile and very good and deserves to be up there. It Takes Two deserves to be up there. I was just worried it would fly too under the radar for most people's attention to make it up there on the nominees.
And then there's another Resident Evil.
I was really glad to see that it made it there.
And another Resident Evil.
Resident Evil Village. Yeah, Metroid Dread, which deserves it as well. I haven't played Deathloop, but I hear that it's exceptional.
There's so many commercials for Deathloop.
Yeah.
Now, best narrative, it's nice to see Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's the next one I was wanting to call out. Guardians of the Galaxy made it in the best narrative. I love that game. I played it for 22 hours. And I was mentioning it to Angel. He's like, that seems kind of short. I was like, I love those 22 hours. I called him like 3 days after I bought it. I was like, I finished Guardians of the Galaxy already. It was that good.
They got the best music score too.
It did. I didn't catch that, but it deserves it. The music in that game was so great. What's curious is they have two different modes. Like, you can have normal mode where it has a bunch of licensed tracks, but then you can go into streaming mode or whatever, where it'll only play copyright-free songs that they felt like was, a decent analog to the song that they would want to be in a certain part of the game.
I've always balked at the idea that a game should be valued by how much playtime it has. I'd take a spectacular 6-hour game over an okay 60-hour game any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, depends on what.
I just finished playing. I just finished playing To the Moon. We were talking about the last time I was on the show. That was a 4 or 5 hour game. And that's some of the best writing I've ever seen in any media period. And that game is like $10 retail.
Yeah, well, value.
Nice.
There's a couple of things for value though, because length of play you want for the more expensive ticket games, because you want more time per dollar. But quality is different. Like, for instance, quality and replayability is another factor. Like, if a game has got really, really sharp quality, really good story, really good replayability, but is relatively short, I might spend a few extra bucks on it. But the only games I'm going to spend a large chunk of money on are games I know that it's going to take me a while to get through.
Yeah. So, now Guardians of the Galaxy, it was very much worth the $60 or whatever I paid for it. Maybe $70. I don't remember because I got it on PS5. Whatever I paid for it, it was definitely worth it. I was very happy with the purchase. I will say though, it is currently on Black Friday sales at approximately half off, depending on where you shop.
Ooh.
Like on the PlayStation Store itself right now, I think it's like $38. But if you go to buy a physical copy from certain places, I think like GameStop or something, I think it's as low as $30, maybe cheaper, I forget. So anyone that's unsure about it or is concerned that 22 hours wasn't long enough for them, buy it while it's on sale. I feel like this, if you like Guardians of the Galaxy at all, and it's kind of like the gameplay of it is kind of like Mass Effect Light.
Okay.
It's not as in depth. It's not as in depth as Mass Effect. It's not as complex and deep as Mass Effect, but it has very similar, but with more action focus.
And EC Legacy has joined us.
So it's like an action-packed Mass Effect Light. Hi, EC Legacy.
Yeah, he's one of our regulars.
Happy
Just to let you know, we're taking the month of December off, so this is our last show. But thank you for wishing us a happy Thanksgiving. You as well. Hope you and your family have plenty to be thankful for. Yeah, this will be our last show until January. For this particular program, anyway. I might squeeze in a gameplay or two. You never know. It all depends on how I feel, and how much availability once I get set up at the new house before we get to the end of the year. But anyway,
Yeah.
good to see you. It's nice to have our regulars. We do appreciate our regulars, and you're one of our people that's here almost every week when we do this. So thanks for stopping by. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. There's some decent indie games here that I've heard of, like Death's Door and Inscription.
Yeah. Kena Bridge of Spirits is a game that I haven't had time to play it yet, but I have bought it because I watched some gameplay footage of it, and it looks like it's right up my alley.
Which one?
Kena Bridge of Spirits. It looks like it's Kena, but it's pronounced Kena.
I need to check out some of these. I have seen gameplay of Inscription. That one looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen too.
Curiously, for the game Kena Bridge of Spirits, this is the first game that development studio has made, but their history is in like animated film, like CG animated film, and so this movie like legit looks like you're playing a Pixar game, kind of a thing.
Oh wow!
It looks adorable. It's got these little black blob thingies that are really cute that you're collecting. And they have to like build up courage to help you in battle. And it like sometimes from what I've been watching, you might have like battles early on that feel like a little bit too easy or whatever, but then you'll get into a boss fight that will scale up the difficulty a decent amount. And so it's not just a really simple walk in the park. There is an easy mode. I think they call it story mode or something like that. But yeah, I think it's only $40. Brand new. It was it came out at $40. So it's not like the huge $60 game, but it looks like an amazing indie title, and I'm glad to see it on the best indie game nominations.
That's
because everything I've seen about it looks great to me.
The Kena. You're talking about Kena?
Kena, yeah.
Yeah.
And Bridge of Spirits.
Kena Bridge of Spirits, yeah.
And EC Legacy, off topic here, is again saying we need to check out the new Chucky show. I will point out I did watch the first episode, but that it's on Peacock, which means I don't have full access. So I could only get a maximum of 3 titles from the network it comes from, because I had like 3 credits on their network website. And so I've only watched the first, but the first is pretty good. I'll give you that. They did go for an older kid to match him up with, which is different. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the Peacock service either, so I might have to wait until...
There's not enough on Peacock.
Maybe I'll wait until...
It's available now on Vudu, so you can get it digitally the first season. I don't know.
Maybe I'll shop for it that way.
I've contemplated it. I don't usually buy TV series, but I have contemplated that one. Okay.
So, that's everything I had to say about the Game Awards. Stay tuned. I forget when it actually comes out. It's in December when it actually will air. But, they often also announce new stuff. There's usually like a few trailers for new things coming out during the Game Awards show.
Winners will be awarded as part of the Game Awards on December 9th.
December 9th. There it is.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
I forgot the date.
Game.
Thanks.
League of Legends made it for Best Mobile Game. I didn't even know there was a mobile version of League of Legends.
Neither did I, but I've never played the original.
Resident Evil 4 was on the Best AR VR games.
Yeah, they made a VR version of it.
Guardians of the Galaxies and the Innovations in Accessibility.
Yeah. It's also listed under the Best Action Adventure category.
Yep, Best Action Adventure. Best RPG, what do we got here? Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that one. Best Fighting Games, we've got nothing really big. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. And best family game, Super Mario 3D
There wasn't many
World.
fighting games not very many fighting games came out this year.
Right.
Yeah,
Sports
I saw
racing.
somebody live stream Guilty Gear Strive, but I haven't played it myself. I've played some of the earlier Guilty Gear games.
Esports.
Yeah, I played a few. I played a few of them.
Most.
I don't know. How do you feel about It Takes Two being listed as a family game, Greg?
Yeah, it's the themes are family friendly. They're kind of heavy insofar as divorce is not a thing that this isn't even spoiler alerts. Like, this is how the game opens up, but the girl's parents are splitting up, and the girl basically, the child makes a wish on these two dolls that weirdly she has molded kind of after her parents. And so they get magic, their souls get magicked into the dolls, and they have to complete a series of tasks that you as the players have to work together to complete. But it feels real, the crazy, weird book notwithstanding. The book is creepy as hell. But the mother and father's dialogue feels organic, and they feel like individuals in themselves, and they play off each other really well. Even like during in-game banter dialogue, it's spectacular.
It's quite a comprehensive list you got here, though. There's a lot of categories. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go on to the next thing. Get us moving because we're already past 9 o'clock. And like I said, we got a lot of media. Okay, first off, my Tales from the Vault. My vault choice this time is Virtuosity. Virtuosity, I believe, is on HBO Max, although it could be on Amazon Prime. I can't remember. It's been that long now because I had it prepped for last week, not this week. But it's one of the early Denzel Washington movies, and he's a cop that's a convict now because of something happened on the job. And Russell Crowe is a virtual reality training artificial intelligence that's a compilation of like 270 psycho killers, brain engrams all amalgamated together as a learning AI. And so Denzel Washington starts the movie going into VR as one of the testers to train, and he's with a partner. And it's supposed to be a new training program for their officers, and they got to go up against Sid 5.7, which is Russell Crowe. And his partner dies in the first training exercise because Sid changes some of the parameters for the scenario. Like, for instance, the weapon that ended up killing the partner, which caused him to die in VR, and then, not basically wake up in real life, was he had changed one of the weapons available to him. He had used a weapon not available to him, which is electrocution, in the VR system. Well, then the programmer for Sid 5.7, the designer, because like I said, most of the programming is the brain engrams from all these psycho killers. He finds that they're going to shut Sid down, shut the program down. And then there's another developer in the company he's working with who's developing lifelike androids. And so he wants to, he goes to this guy because that guy is really interested in one of the VR virtual sex AI that he had. And he's like, we could put one of my AIs into one of your androids, and my work we could always start with. And he mentioned the name of the sex AI is like, okay, get the program and then come with me. But instead of picking up the sex AI, he picks up Russell Crowe's character, Sid 5.7. And so he gets to come out into the real world. And so it's very much a VR heavy, sci-fi heavy movie. And, this is when Russell Crowe was well known. But Denzel Washington wasn't really big yet. But it's got some great action scenes, some interesting takes on virtual reality, and also cognitive learning AI programs, as a take, a very fictional take, but a take on cognitive learning AI programs that would appeal to the nerd in all of us. A minor role in the movie is also Kylie Kuroko, who of course played Penny on Big Bang Theory when she was much younger. So you don't even recognize her as Penny. I actually even recently found that out in a whole different video when it was talking about the growth of Penny, but the growth of Kylie Kuroko. But she actually was in this movie too. It's not the movie she started in. She's actually been acting since she was 7 years old. But this is one of those that you just don't even think about her as being in, but she plays a little girl in the movie.
I'm surprised I've never heard of this one.
Yeah. Oh, you've never heard of Virtuosity? Oh no, I've watched it a few times.
No, and with Denzel and Russell Crowe.
I know. Yeah, good star power.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's on YouTube. It's also on YouTube free, apparently. I'm gonna check that one out.
Well, and like I said, the whole purpose of this segment of our show is to let some of the younger audience know, and you're a bit younger than I am, of some of these movies that came out maybe before you were as heavily into these kind of movies, or maybe
I would have
more selective.
This was 1995. I would have been 10 when this came out, so
right.
little heavy maybe for me.
Yeah, where in 95, I was 24. So it's a big difference. Big difference. So yeah, and it's a great movie to get started with if you want to jump into nerdy movies, and that's why I run this segment every show, is because there's a whole bunch of movies like this that some of you younger nerd fans just haven't had as much exposure to, and they're out there on our streaming services, but you got to know to look for them. Just like, for instance, I was recently watching, for comedy, not for sci-fi, the Carol Burnett Show is out on Amazon Prime. One of the funniest, sketch comedy classic shows with Tim Conway and Harvey Keitel and Carol Burnett and Vicki Lawrence, and it was an amazing show for just straight simple comedy. But a lot of the younger era people don't even know about the Carol Burnett Show. And it
I probably wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for my my grandmother introducing it to me when I was younger.
Yeah, and I found out
my parents got me a DVD of them for my birthday years ago. I still have it.
And it's on IMDb TV on Amazon Prime, so you can watch it if you got an Amazon Prime membership. So that's another one from the vault that that's an extra bonus for you guys. That's a TV series. But if you're into like sketch comedy, you like stuff like Saturday Night Live and The Kids in the Hall and Strangers with Candy and those kind of sketch comedy type shows, check it out. Carol Burnett is awesome. For just and the fact of the matter is, when Tim Conway came on and did the show, if you watch Harvey Keitel during the episodes, 9 times out of 10, he can't stop himself from laughing when he's supposed to be serious because Tim Conway is so hilarious. He just can't control it. it's true all the way through, because Tim Conway is one of the funniest men alive, and Carol Burnett was one of his biggest showcase eras. And that's when he worked the most with Harvey Keitel. So, yeah, there's a lot of times they cracked each other up so much on stage because a whole lot of that was not just sketch comedy, but it was improv. A lot of it ended up being improv. They set the basics, but they improv'd a lot of what they were doing. So for people that are interested in doing improv, like I know you are, Lurch, that you want to learn from the best, well, these are the best.
Yeah. They might be a little dated these days, but they were great. I haven't seen their stuff in a number of years, so I can't tell you for sure, but I would assume
some of the stuff is been redone so much now, so you would consider it dated. But a lot of it is still relevant comedy. It's still funny. Like an old guy working at a hot dog stand, taking forever to take somebody's order and do their order, is the basis of an entire skit between Roger Corman and Tim Conway. And Tim Conway's the old man and stuff, and the whole skit's about that, and every bit of it is just as funny now. But you're looking at the signs in the shop, and they're showing like a hot dog is shaken and fries for like 75 cents. You couldn't get that nowadays. That's
you couldn't get a corn dog for 75 cents,
right?
These days,
but that's the dated part you see, but it's really just simple stuff. And the good thing about Carol Burnett is that she did not do a lot of the more racy humor that was more accepted in the earlier days. She didn't do a lot of that kind of humor because even back then, Carol Burnett did not believe in using racism or culturalisms too much to laugh at. And so, unlike, for instance, Mel Brooks, who used all racism and culturalisms to make his jokes, they were funny and they were still meant to just be funny, not to be negatives. And he made just as much fun of his own culture as he did of anybody else's. But they're just two different ways, which means the Carol Burnett stuff is more relevant now than, for instance, the Mel Brooks would be considered, just because of the fact that you don't have to worry about bleeping out a lot of that racial part of it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I recommend both. Virtuosity for its heavy sci-fi themes, early Denzel Washington, early Russell Crowe, early Kylie Kuroko, and I recommend Carol Burnett for the early, founding laugh-in sketch comedy type stuff. And we'll go and move on from there. Next topic on here is Marvel reveals more details on upcoming tabletop RPG, and that's you, Greg.
Yep. Marvel's revealed some more details about a new tabletop RPG that they're planning. According to Marvel.com itself, the game's being written and co-designed by Matt Forbeck, who's worked on the Marvel Encyclopedia and Dungeons and Dragons Endless Quest. What little is known about the game mechanics, and is kind of alluded to in that Scarlet Witch illustration, is that it's using what they're calling a D616 system, which apparently is a 3D6 system where there is some kind of bonus. Maybe that's what a crit is if you roll a 6, a 1, and another 6. In allusion, of course, to Earth Prime being the 616th version, universe, whatever. Yeah. That illustration and the one beneath it appear to be, according to the article, alternate cover art for what will perhaps be the final version of the rule book. I've run a couple campaigns, actually run full campaigns of the previous version of the Marvel RPG, Marvel Heroic Role-Playing, which is based off the Cortex system, which has also fueled versions of Battlestar Galactica, Firefly, Leverage, and most recently the Cortex Prime system. I'm wary of this one just because of how gimmicky everything seems. Like the 616 being that feels like a gimmick. Characters will be built by using stats that include might, agility, resilience, vigilance, ego, and logic, which look like analogs to strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, charisma, and intelligence. But if you'll notice, those 6 stats, the initial letters in each stat spell the word Marvel. So
yeah.
I don't know.
They're trying to squeeze in
gameplay,
as many gimmicks as they can.
Yeah. I don't know who wrote this, but gameplay will be governed by the all new, all different. Those are functionally the same thing. You could just say all different or all new. You don't have to say both. D616 system developed exclusively by Marvel. Well, it's being developed by Marvel. You don't have to say exclusively. It's being developed by Marvel. Just say that. Rolling 616 will yield fantastic results.
As an allusion to the Fantastic
Four. Yes.
A lot of gimmicks.
Yeah. The playtest rulebook is the playtest rulebook is barely over 100 pages. The playtest book is
coming out in
PDF
March.
is $10.
And it comes out in March.
I know we kind of live. Yeah, I know we kind of live in the age of the customers are the beta testers, but $10 for a playtest seems like a lot for me. I might buy it just to skim through it and see what they're up to, but if it's as early in development as it sounds, there's probably not going to be much there anyway. But as a tabletop RPG fan and as a Marvel fan, I'm curious to see what they're going to attempt to do with it. They do have a bunch of pre-gen characters planned for the playtest. According to Marvel.com, they have slated at the very least Spider-Man, Black Panther, Captain America, Thor, Captain Marvel, Ms. Marvel, Wolverine, Storm, and many more. So that's 8 plus however many more they choose to
this cover
to put in there.
If you look at this cover, you've got Storm.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a variation
Daredevil
on Hawkeye. You've got Daredevil, Hulk, Marvel, Captain Marvel, Captain America, Shang-Chi, and Black Panther. Is who those would be.
Oh, is that Shang-Chi? Is that the one above Black Panther?
Yes, that's Shang-Chi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
Shang-Chi.
know what that character looked like.
Yeah, that's Shang-Chi.
Okay.
The one above Shang-Chi is either a variation on Hawkeye or one I don't know. But there have been
Isn't that Kate Bishop?
It could be a Kate Bishop. It could be the Kate Bishop Hawkeye.
I think that's. I couldn't remember her name, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
I just watched.
Marvel.com also has a. Go ahead.
Well, I just watched the first 2 episodes of Hawkeye, and Kate Bishop's in it, so it's easy for me to remember. And Godzilla Willie's also saying hi, everybody.
Hi, Godzilla.
It's always good to see you, man.
Hope you're having a good day.
On Marvel.com, they've also got their own version of the playtest rulebook cover, and it's also got Groot and Rocket on the cover, and there is a silhouette at center bottom. I don't know if that's supposed to be a big reveal or if that's just a stand-in for the hero you created for whatever the final version is, where hypothetically the previous version, Marvel Heroic Role-Playing, the Cortex system, was never designed to have custom characters. I created rules for custom characters for when I ran the campaign. They kind of worked, but I don't know how much they're going to rely on pure fan power, or if they're going to expect players to make their own heroes as opposed to just playing the Avengers or the Defenders or the Eternals or what have you.
Well, just as a little bit of trivia for you, for old school role playing, Marvel is one of the longest running RPGs for comic books. Marvel is one of the ones that TSR made back in the day, and it was covered by Dragon Magazine, as well as having its own rule books. And the original system was on a major magnitude shift. Every different level of your character stats was a new shift in magnitude. So it was an exponential growth system. And they used labels like monstrous and colossal and stuff for your levels and your various stats. Like you might have monstrous strength or amazing strength or colossal. And it did use some of the gimmicky stuff like Amazing Spider-Man. So Spider-Man had obviously a lot of amazings on his. And Colossus had colossal strength because he was Colossus. But there have been so many different variations and shifts of the licensing for the Marvel IP that, I mean, most of them have had a system for making your own character. That I will say. The Cortex one or whatever didn't, but
yeah, the Cortex one didn't.
Even the dice.
It was all about just it seemed to be mostly even the pre-generated scenario for the campaign guide in the back of the core rule book was based on a specific comic book. I have the comic book, I think still. It was one of the New Avengers comics, I think, where a bunch of supervillains break out of the raft and a bunch of Avengers go after them. I think I played either Ms. Marvel or Luke Cage in that scenario. I don't remember. That was a fun time though.
Interesting difference in
poor Electro. The playtest for this new version though is going on sale March 2022, so they still have a long way to go before even the playtest is by their standards playable. So we'll see in the coming months what comes of that.
Right. Yeah, definitely something to look out for. Being Marvel fans, as I know, we all kind of have some Marvel fandom in us. Me and Lurch especially.
Yeah.
We're comic book nerds, tried and true.
I wonder how hard they're going to try to stick to the 616 universe, considering how popular the cinematic universe has been, though. Yeah. But I guess that's a discussion for another time.
It is, but it's an interesting query. I'll give you that. Okay, well, let's move on.
Illustrations are good, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
A very old school 4-color art, but yeah, still good. Like it sounded like Stitch there. Ohanaman family. Mm-hmm. It is broken, but still good. Okay. Next on our agenda is early Halo Infinite multiplayer launch today.
Yes. So this was actually on November 15th. So we're a little bit late on it today because
it was for
I was
last
actually
week.
planning on talking about it last
week.
Yeah. But during that 20th anniversary video that they put out, at the end, they talked a little bit about Halo Infinite and then was like, you can start your next journey of your Spartan adventure right now. The game doesn't officially come out until December 8th, but they did a surprise drop of the multiplayer. They're calling it a beta, but it's pretty much just the game, especially since all your progress will carry over
into the live
on December
game.
8th when it fully releases. Yeah. And so you're basically playing the multiplayer, online multiplayer portion of the game. There might be a few features that aren't in it, and they are tweaking it as it goes. So that's something that is new from the last few days. Is they're paying attention to what fans are saying about it, and they have been making some adjustments to it.
So they are treating it like a beta.
Yes, they're treating it like a beta in that sense. And I have to say, from a guy who hasn't really cared much about Halo since like 2008. I am loving Halo Infinite. I've played. I haven't had a whole lot of time, but I've been playing the multiplayer beta. I've got about 3-4 hours in on the beta so far, and it's been fantastic. It's been for multiplayer terms. It's been my favorite Halo game now. I love the adjustments that they've made from the past games. It feels a lot like the old games, but with everything improved, with some newer functions that really gives it some new flavor. You can clamber over things. You got the grapple hook, which is freaking awesome. I don't know. It's just been a blast.
And for an Xbox birthday gift from Microsoft, it's not a bad choice to do a little bit of an early launch of this.
Yeah,
a lot of people have been anticipating the multiplayer version of this particular title, and
Halo was a launch title for the original Xbox. So November 15th of this year was the 20-year birthday for both Halo and Xbox, both.
Right. So it makes perfect sense.
So
to
it
do
was
something
that made total sense. Yeah,
I hear you. All right.
And it was a big surprise. There were some rumors, but most people didn't believe the rumors that it was going to happen. And then when they were like, "You can continue your journey as a Spartan now," it's like, "Oh shit!"
Oh yeah, I bet you had a whole bunch of people suddenly on a download site. Yeah, they're like, "Oh,
yeah,
let's get started."
So yeah, the campaign isn't playable until the 18th or until December 8th when the full game comes out. But just the multiplayer, I've been having a lot of fun with it. And the campaign is usually my favorite parts of games. So as much as I'm enjoying this, and this right now is free. Like the multiplayer is going to be free. It's the campaign you got to pay for.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a fascinating design choice. So I just want to give that out there. Make sure everyone out there that has an interest in Halo is aware that you can already go online and play the Infinite multiplayer on Xbox One and Xbox Series X. Or I believe, if I remember right, you can even play it on PC right now too.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's got the system specs there, and right below it, it's got an update that says the game now seems to be working and free to play on Xbox as well. So yeah. I don't know if they're cross-platform or not, but it's Windows, so. Oh, it is? Sweet.
Yeah. I just scrolled down a little bit. Halo Infinite's cross-platform multiplayer mode should now be live for everyone on Xbox One, Xbox Series S, X, and PC.
Very nice. All right.
Very nice.
So, yeah.
Now the next thing we're going to do is talk about a couple of previews for movies that aren't quite out yet, but their new previews have dropped. And then we're going right into our media section. So, as usual, I think this is about the time that Greg usually leaves us. This will be the last official time until he comes back as a guest. Is that right, Greg? Or are you staying later.
That's right. The only media exposure I've had that would be new and relevant at this point is the first episode of the live action Cowboy Bebop.
And I don't think either me or Lurch
Which I don't know if
seen that yet.
I don't know if that's on anybody else's radar.
It's on our radar, but I haven't seen it because I have Netflix.
I never watched the anime of Cowboy Bebop. I hear it's one of the best animes.
It's one of my favorites of all time.
Anime. It's a great anime.
How's the live action though so far from the episode?
Yeah, just give us a quick.
There are bits. Without spoilers, if you haven't seen the anime or the live action, because at least the first episode of the live action mirrors the anime episode. There are elements of the lighting and like the prosthetic works on Jet's mechanical arm that feel weird, and I'm still trying to decide whether I went in trying not to compare it to the anime, and
that's usually a safe bet.
And I still don't know if it's just the quality of the production or if I'm subconsciously comparing it to. Although, to be fair, Jet's facial hair is freaking weird, and recreating that as a live-action character is freaking weirder.
Right?
Yeah.
But the actors themselves for Spike, Jet, and Faye Valentine all did a really good job. They pulled way back for obvious reasons, I think, on Faye Valentine's sexuality. They made her a lot less of a femme fatale and a lot more of a gamer and a backstabber. She's a backstabber in the show too, but
she's
more
a femme
of
fatale in the cartoon, yeah. In the anime,
she is a thorough, almost to the point of being generic femme fatale if she wasn't so well portrayed. But yeah,
she's a bit of a Black Widow
and
praying mantis type character.
Yeah, and when interviewed about, I don't remember the actress's name, but she was interviewed and asked about portraying such a mythical character in the anime canon, and she said something to the effect of, yeah, they tried to find somebody with an 8-inch waist, but they couldn't find one, so they hired me. So there you go.
Wow.
But the action sequences were well choreographed. John Cho is great as Spike, and kind of like I think we discussed this a little bit when I brought up the Cowboy Bebop RPG a few weeks ago. But I was looking forward to something where they didn't have to try to replicate the over-the-top shonen anime like Dragon Ball Z type action sequences, but a more grounded, almost Jackie Chan style, hectic martial arts sequences. And I think they're hitting it, and I think they're going to keep hitting it.
Well, that's good. All right. Well, that's good. That's a quick, 30-second review. Now, like I said, we're going to talk about a couple other reviews. I've only got one image for that, but we're probably going to mention 2 or 3 just because we end up segueing anyway. But probably one of the biggest previews to come out recently was the extended Spider-Man No Way Home preview.
Yeah. And before we start on the Spider-Man, Angel would like to join us to talk about Spider-Man and about Eternals.
Okay, well, we'll say goodbye to Greg and hello to Angel then.
Yeah,
so you
take my seat.
Time. So stepping in for Greg to be playing the part of Greg will be Angel. Greg will of course be doing his show tomorrow at 10 a.m. to about 1 or 2 o'clock, where he plays small indie type games. So catch him there at Queen City Cardboard on Steam. And again, every third Wednesday of the month at Holdfast Brewing Company, you can see him live showing you some board games.
I don't I will not be on tomorrow because it's Thanksgiving Day.
That's
but
right.
On the following week and going forward, most definitely. I've got a big backlog, and I look forward to cranking through some of them.
That's right. It being Thanksgiving, I should have thought of that.
Awesome.
Well, I'm not celebrating Thanksgiving tomorrow, so I'm waiting until we get moved in, and then we're going to do a late one. So
yeah, to each their own.
Yep. Okay, so welcome, Angel. So, okay.
Thank you.
And that means I don't need to switch things, because as soon as Greg disappears, you show up in his square. All right, so Angel's a 3 or 4 time guest with us now. He likes to step in on certain, specifically Marvel projects and kaiju projects, because, like me, he's a hardcore Marvel and kaiju fan. And he also happens to be the co-host and co-owner of Left Claw Studios with Lurch. So you can find them on Left Claw Studios here at twitch.tv. So check out their channel sometime. They haven't been doing a whole bunch of live right now, but after the new year, I'm sure they're going to amp everything up again.
We do have a few hundred videos on our YouTube channel, though.
That's right.
Yep, there's plenty of content to go through. So
yeah, there's stuff to watch while you're waiting for new stuff. Don't worry about that. Now, anyway, we're going to talk about a couple of previews before we get into some of the movies that are actually out. And probably the biggest preview right now that Angel's joining us for to talk about is the extended Spider-Man No Way Home preview. Probably one of the most anticipated movies in the Marvel Sony calendar. Of course, it's owned by Sony, so it's on both calendars.
And I can't imagine a bigger. I don't believe there was more of an expected cast than I believe that there's more of an expected cast than there was for Endgame in this movie.
Yeah, in
it
some
feels
ways,
like there's a bigger rumored cast.
You see that?
Well, yeah, because they still don't know.
Did you see Did you see the meme I sent you with like Godzilla and the Transformers?
Oh yeah. There's also that just goes in line with like a million other memes that are just like everybody's wanting everybody in this movie.
Well, I mean,
we
know for a fact that Alfred Molina is going to be in there. We've heard the voice.
What if he's not in it? Just a mental exercise is. What if they just lied to us?
That would.
Sorry, go on.
You would have people up in arms. Oh my god! They might have pitchforks and torches. I'm telling you, there would be a witch hunt for Kevin Feige and the Sony people and everybody if that happened. Oh my god!
I have to say the second trailer, the second extended trailer for Spider-Man No Way Home, I literally my jaw was just slacked the whole time. I was just like,
oh my god, yes. I know. Because for instance, you get Alfred Molina as Doc Ock, but he's got Doc Ock with more impressive claws that look like they've been synergized with Iron Man's armor.
I think
that leads credence to being helped by Spider-Man.
I think he's stealing nanomachines from Spider-Man's armor. I think that's what's happening. I think he's attacking Spider-Man and then somehow stealing nanomachines from him and attaching it to his own tentacles.
But then we get
hijacking the nanos.
We see 2 different Green Goblins in the sky. We hear Willem Dafoe's voice, so we're pretty sure Willem Dafoe is back.
Now that Green Goblin, one of the Green Goblins, I am certain is in. Now I can be wrong. I'm not saying it's absolutely right, but we've seen concept art that was leaked by one of the artists who showed that their concept art, which matches the helmetless Green Goblin, with it being Willem Dafoe in the suit, and the suit being a Green Goblin suit that has the same battle damage as the end of the Spider-Man movie in 2001. So there's an argument being made, which I kind of agree with, that there's not 2 Green Goblins. It's one Green Goblin, and we're seeing the suit after he's fixed it and before he fixed it.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
whenever just before he died, he was helmetless and he was battle damaged, and Doctor Strange is pulling these people from universes just as before they're dying. And so my argument is he's getting help from the other Norman Osborn of this universe to rebuild the suit.
Yeah,
that could be. There's a lot of things.
It's interesting because like
it could be a
the helmetless goblin is moving really fast, and so you can't see his face, and he's got goggles on, and so it's hard to identify who it is from the footage.
In the sketches, we see it was Willem Dafoe, which it could just be a placeholder, but it's a Willem Dafoe who's had time probably before he met Norman Osborn of this universe to patch his suit, so he had to get just garbage to put on his suit to patch it before he could get the funding of the actual Norman.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it's definitely William Dafoe. We definitely have a William Dafoe Green Goblin. We hear his voice. I read somewhere how after the trailer came out, that Tom Holland said that he was surprised because he didn't get to see the script in advance, really, and showed everything. He didn't know that Green Goblin was going to be in the movie until William Dafoe was on set, and he was like had a hood over his head so that no one could see who it was coming on the set. Yeah, apparently all the villains are brought onto the set with hoods, so you couldn't tell who they were, and then they didn't take them down until they were ready to film. And Tom Holland said that when he saw his face, it scared him. He's like, "Holy shit!"
Not to be okay. So I hate to like bring out this, but Weird Al kind of called it. Because he said he called in one of his songs, in his Spider-Man song, his parody songs.
Right.
Yeah.
He said he's got that weird Power Rangers mask, but he's scarier without it on. So Tom Holland's reaction to his face was pretty canonical.
Right?
Yeah. Holy shit. And apparently after he got his holy shit scare moment, he then went, I can't believe we got the Green Goblin.
Willem Dafoe
I think
can pull off scary. He can.
Yeah.
I mean he's fantastic actor. I would be disappointed if the 6th slot for the Sinister Six was 2 Green Goblins. Or a Green Goblin and the Hobgoblin. I don't know. That would disappoint me a little bit.
Well, we've never had a Hobgoblin in live action.
Well, I mean, it's essentially a recolored Green Goblin in terms of like feats and abilities and mode of transportation.
He's not as strong though. He doesn't have super strength or anything like that. He's just.
I mean, I don't believe the original. Did the original Green Goblin have super strength in the comics?
Yes.
Every instance I've seen Green Goblin have super strength.
I
can't guarantee that's from the very first appearance.
Yeah, I believe it was just a power suit and a glider and bombs, and I believe that was his shtick. I don't believe he had super strength.
No, because I think that was had the gene therapy too. But
no.
It's been a long time.
He had it at least in the 90s.
Oh no! That you're thinking of the Ultimate Spider-Man, where where he like grew and actually was a goblin and would like.
I'm not. In the 90s Spider-Man that was on Earth, the 90s Spider-Man show that came out like, 91, 92? Mm-hmm. In that version, Green Goblin, Norman Osborn was paying Hobgoblin to be a thing for him. And then he was working on a super soldier serum, basically. And then there was an accident, and the gas got on him, gave him super strength, and it turned the yellow suit green. He had a copy of the yellow suit and turned it green, and he put it on and went crazy. And then I remember his first encounter with Spider-Man. He thought it was just Hobgoblin in another color, but then he was a lot stronger, and he crushed Spider-Man's web shooters with his bare hands. And he was considerably more dangerous than Hobgoblin because of the super strength and super agility, etc.
Spider-Man, I will admit, I know a lot of Spider-Man lore. As everybody does, it's not my strong suit. There's so much Spider-Man comics.
It's
impossible to keep up.
Back to the 60s.
Older Spider-Man is strong with me, but it's been quite a few years since I've read some of the older ones. So
now the Ultimate, I've read everything Ultimate Universe, but like I remember the Green Goblin being introduced in the Ultimate Universe as like a green actual goblin was like
that was a crazy goblin. I know what you're talking about.
Well, I read it.
He ends up being an ally though. Eventually,
I read and owned every title of Spider-Man before 1989, up to the year 1989. So
nice. Now, did you know that? Did you guys notice in the trailer for the new movie? There's for whatever reason, Brazil's version of the trailer had a shot that was slightly longer, where you see the lizard get punched in the face by an invisible person.
I'm glad that the lizard was like given any kind of screen time other than a few pixels, because like that's all we've ever seen of him. Poor bastard. I don't think they've got. They definitely don't have all of post-production done with him. They don't.
Well, for instance, some of the older trailers, you weren't even absolutely sure it was the lizard. You know,
you only got like Venom.
It could have been Venom in the silhouette. You know?
Yeah.
It could have been Scorpion.
In this trailer, that part where you have Sandman's face in the middle and Electro on the left and Lizard on the right, and they're all like lunging forward with Spider-Man lunging at them, and then it cuts to them kind of going at each other. In the American version, it cuts with them all going at each other. In the Brazilian version of the trailer, you see the Lizard suddenly jerk off, like his head suddenly jerks this way, like he's been hit by a foot or a hand or something, but there's no person there, that they obviously edited out.
So
I've seen people joking about how that's a reveal that John Cena's in the movie or things like that.
In terms of like the lizard, it's so hard to make him look good in CG. Like getting a good looking lizard. It's weird just calling him lizard.
Lizard, yeah.
He's just like, it's just hard to get a good looking lizard. Like the movie he was in, he did not look good. Like,
you don't think so?
No,
you don't think he looked good?
He looked like bad clay put over a frame. His skin looked like bad clay smoothed over a frame.
Yeah, if we're talking about a lizard person, unfeeling, hard to tell emotions is like really tough. But I felt like he was like too human-like. But I mean, realistically, a hybrid would probably look like that. That doesn't mean it looks good.
Yeah, it looked terrible.
It's not okay. Okay, let me reiterate. He looks visually unappealing. Not necessarily that the CG was bad.
Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not asking him to be attractive. I'm not taking him on a date. I want him to be a monster.
I mean, like whenever I think of the lizard, I cannot, and it is a fault of my upbringing that I cannot see him other than Doc Connor's lizards from the Spider-Man TV show in the 90s. Like they could very easily move that version of the lizard as like a visual style, and it might look good. I mean, I'm not saying that they didn't try and they were like, "Oh, this is terrible," because that's possible. I'm not a renderer, you know. I'm not a 3D modeler, but I feel like they could have.
They're also trying to not
like at least a little bit more of a snout.
They're trying to make him not look as much. They don't want to do like another Killer Croc or something like that. They want to make him the lizard, not. I mean, I
feel like
not some crocodile.
I feel like they had. Well, the lizard would have come out in live action before Killer Croc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now that the other Killer Croc is
I think
out,
you're right.
I don't think they want to.
Yeah.
Go back and use.
Well, they're bringing back the old lizard, so like they can't change his look now. I was saying originally.
Yeah.
Like originally, I think he could have. Yeah.
I saw someone else making a meme because so we got Electro in this, and someone pointed out that the greatest miracle is not who they got to come back to life in this movies. It's how the hell did Electro get hair? He's got like a nice hair.
Well, I'm willing to overlook it. I'm willing to overlook it.
I will too, but it's funny to point out.
That yellow is so good on him. It looks so good on him. Like, it's crazy.
The new costume is so much better.
I love Blue Lightning, but that yellow, like, oof. Whenever he charged up, that was amazing. It's beautiful. Like you cannot say that it wasn't beautiful. It
now
just
we talked about what we've seen. Now we've talked a bit about what we've seen in the preview, but then there's still all the stuff that we haven't seen. Like we talked about heavy rumors about who's supposed to be in this show. Now, I will say that Garfield has come out and flat out said he is not in. He's not. No commenting. He's basically said, "I'm not in this movie."
He's been saying that for a while.
Yeah, we've had actors lie to us to preserve the mystery before, so I don't believe him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Andrew Garfield is going to be a big thing. Maybe a portal opens up and he opts to not jump through it, but we get to see an Andrew Garfield Spider-Man in the movie.
Or
like, I'd be okay with that.
We could have somebody in Andrew Garfield's suit, but not have Andrew Garfield. If we never see him unmasked. Because
at that point it might be confusing for the audience what Spider-Man that is. Like, and you're right. That's absolutely an option they can do. I think something fun for fans, because like we cannot take these people's word for anything. Yeah. We can't. Their contracts say they're forced to lie to us.
Well, an NDA
their contract
says
you need to be deceitful.
An NDA says you can't reveal. It doesn't say to lie. It says you can.
There's precedent in almost every Marvel movie where they've specific actors have lied to us about things. They're like, it's not going to be this way.
They can ask him, but the contract can really only require that they don't.
Unless it's Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, unless it's Mark Ruffalo or Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom Holland. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom Holland doesn't know if the other two are in the movie.
I'm sure he does now that he's done him, but originally, yeah, probably. They would have if someone asks him outright. Okay, if someone asked Andrew Garfield outright, it would make more sense for and they're like, "Are you in this movie?" If he dodges the question and chooses not to lie, then it's confirmation that he's in the movie. He's forced to lie if he was asked the question, if he's under an NDA. Him dodging the question only confirms that he's in it. So, and that's been true for almost every Marvel movie. So every secret reveal of are you in this movie? We've had actors who were, I think the wrestler, I'm forgetting what his name is, but he played Thanos killer. What is his name? I cannot.
Dave Bautista?
Yeah, Dave Bautista. He lied about being in the movie. About being in a Marvel movie.
In a Marvel movie.
And then initially, yeah. And he lied because he was under talks. He wasn't signed with them yet.
Right.
But he found out that he was indeed in that movie. So all I'm saying is, we have, and that's one out of many. So we have precedent of actors directly lying to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the
we absolutely have.
It's the actor's choice to whether they directly lie, though. That's the thing. Mm-hmm. They can put it in a contract, an NDA, which means you cannot disclose.
I mean, let's be honest.
An actual
here.
NDA.
An NDA from
lying would still be
an
NDA.
Let's be honest, the NDA might say that, but Disney's leaning on them being like, listen here, you guys.
Asked directly.
Yeah, you need to know how we answer these questions, and our lawyers will be watching.
That's basically it.
I feel
actually lying about it also would technically violate an NDA. An NDA basically says no comment.
No. An NDA just means you can't confirm anything, but to the validity of the statement that they're doing. But if you say no, that's not confirming anything.
That's confirming a negative.
Other than you're not a part of. Well, yeah, it's confirming you're not a part of the project, which is their goal.
Right.
Inherently, is that they don't want you to know anything about the project.
The only reason they get away with that is because if the studio encourages you to lie, then they basically saying they're not going to slap you for the NDA for confirming the non-truth.
Yeah, I feel like there's conversations they have with everyone about how they need to be handling these events and affairs and stuff like that. But Andrew, difficult. And it's certain like I feel like Venom is like a hot Sinister Six person. I really don't feel like it will. I don't feel like it. I think he's going to be Matt Gargan.
He's supposed to be in the movie though because of the end of the post-credit scene in Carnage.
All that means is he's going to be in a Spider-Man movie, not necessarily the next Spider-Man movie. Right, that's true. Because they're introducing my argument is they're introducing so much stuff that introducing a complex relationship between Venom and Spider-Man is going to just add on to a whole bunch of pile of everything.
I actually think that
the timing of it.
The next time we see Venom, my thinking is we're going to have a Venom 3 with Spider-Man in it. If Venom appears in this movie, it'll be a very brief cameo appearance, maybe a post-credit thing or something. But I don't think we'll have a full thing with Venom and Spider-Man interacting until Venom 3.
Yeah, I just do not see them having the time or scene resources to
He's going to have at least a brief cameo. And the reason I say this is because the timing presented in the after credit scene. Because it was
the timing it doesn't matter what the timing is because that's whenever all of the universes converged. So like if technically Deadpool might have been pulled through the timeline at this moment and we probably won't know it until the Deadpool 3 movie. That he was pulled in during that time. So like this is the only time he could have been pulled in.
I don't know. There's just so much.
The timing just before the movie.
But like we've said at the very beginning of this part, anybody could cameo in this movie for 5 seconds. Mm-hmm. Godzilla could rampage for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that
seem like Matt Gargan is the better, more likely opportunity.
Except Godzilla's a Warner's product. So the main reason Godzilla wouldn't is because it's a Warner Brothers product. Otherwise,
I was just joking. I
know, but that's about the only thing that would keep him out. Yeah.
I mean, if we have to go into a fantasy scenario here, which I understand Godzilla's not gonna be, but the Avengers have fought Godzilla before. They had a 12-issue run.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's been individual runs of like Thor and stuff where Thor went up against Godzilla. Godzilla's been in a lot of Marvel property. It just happens that Godzilla is currently owned by Warner Brothers in the States, so it won't happen right now. Right now. It doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, because at some point, somebody's going to eventually convince him to do one of them crossovers.
You know what?
Somebody's going to want to see
the sixth member is probably going to be a xenomorph from the Alien series.
Sony!
You're spoiling the movie.
Disney Princess.
Disney owns it.
Yeah, Disney owns it. There's an alien queen, which means every alien that's born is a Disney princess.
No.
And Spider-Man's going to need a Predator help.
No.
Oh my god.
The sixth villain...
Or the Predator thinks that the lizard is a xenomorph.
I mean, that's a joke, but Predators have been in Marvel comics, so...
I know.
No. The sixth villain is Jafar from Aladdin, because Disney owns it, and they're introducing magic into the Marvel Universe. So Jafar is...
Oh, yeah.
He's a genie now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's an all-powerful genie.
Jafar's going to be revealed to be Mephisto because of the...
That's right.
But for real, though, joking aside, I do have one curiosity about it. Because Doctor Strange says all these villains died died while fighting Spider-Man.
I think he says supposed to die while fighting Spider-Man.
Yeah, all of the ones that come over from the multiverse.
But Sandman doesn't. Like, the Sandman that we saw in the past movies didn't die. He walked away. Spider-Man forgave him.
What if Spider-Man didn't forgive him at the end? Like, imagine a world where Spider-Man didn't forgive him.
Or maybe Doctor Strange got
went
part
off
of it wrong. He thought all of them were destined to die, but he didn't realize that Sandman lived.
Here's a scenario. What if we're going to see villains from Spider-Man movies that we never saw? Or Spider-Man universes that we never went to?
Yeah.
There's entirely a universe where Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man chose to kill Sandman.
That's true. You know that when Sam Raimi was making those movies, they were originally planning on like 6 movies, but the third movie
they forced Venom on
flopped enough. They didn't. They stopped it.
Well, a big part of that flop was because he wasn't going to introduce Venom in the third movie. The studio made him do it. Sam Raimi has been on file several times saying he doesn't even like the character of Venom.
Wouldn't it be nuts if
his least favorite villain?
Wouldn't it be nuts if we got the Topher Grace Venom in this movie?
Okay. If that was a Sinister Six, if that was Sinister Six, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Or a brief.
I would be absolutely okay with that Venom being a part of the Sinister Six.
Or a brief after credits.
And then in Venom 3, Spider-Man meets that Venom and is like, Didn't I just kill you in my last movie?
No. A brief after credits scene
Venom?
Where the current Venom meets Topher Grace Venom and duke it out as a brief 5-minute after credit scene.
It's like one Venom eats the other Venom.
Yes. They get absorbed.
So I mean, realistically, we can so we're joking and like we're just like throwing out ideas, but realistically we could potentially get a Venom verse thing going on with like once they get enough heroes out, we could potentially get a Venom verse, everybody versus Null,
right?
Like Carnage versus Null kind of thing, and like that's like a legitimate option at this point because nothing's off the table. If we're doing incursions, if we're doing all of the walls of the multiverses breaking down and all hands on deck, and like we're potentially getting 3 different Spider-Men in one movie, literally nothing is off the table.
Yeah. And that's a good closing statement for this.
It's wild.
It's already 18 minutes after 10, and we've got more media to hit than just Spider-Man. Yeah. In fact, I was going to talk about a couple of other previews. Really, I just want to mention...
Dude, it has been sometimes where Lurch and I will talk about like literally one subject for like an hour and a half and just be like, all the different...
Our media section is traditionally the one that goes way over. The other preview I wanted to just mention, although we've barely seen much of it yet, is the Raccoon City preview. That looks interesting and is coming up real fast on us for Resident Evil Raccoon City.
I did see that. Yeah, there's a Resident Evil Raccoon City show.
Yeah, that's supposed to be coming out.
Oh, is it a show?
It's going to come out to... It's either on Netflix or Apple TV or something, but it's supposed to be coming out real soon here, like in December. And
welcome to Raccoon City.
Yeah.
It looks like it's a feature-length film.
Oh, it might be a film. I actually only saw the preview today.
But yeah, it's another one that's coming soon. And other stuff has been pushed back. The new the Stallone
looks like it's in theaters right now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in theaters now. There's a showing tonight happening at this moment at AMC, and at Regal there's a showing in 10 minutes.
Well, let's go. No,
that's good news for anyone watching right now. Like, stop watching us right now. Fucking run to your theater. Fucking.
Well, we were just going to mention it. Also the Stallone movie Samaritan that had been in anticipation for quite a while has been moved to August of next year, I think it is now. And we've got a couple other things that are being moved. But mostly, we've still got a wide variety of nerdy movies and shows coming out in our favorite franchises that we're seeing.
I just want to say one thing on the Resident Evil movie. I saw the trailer for it a couple of weeks ago. It didn't do much for me.
I wasn't particularly interested in it either.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about this Samaritan movie. This
Samaritan is a new superhero. Kind of, he said he was partly inspired by like the Unbreakable series and stuff, and it also brings some people in mind of things like Hancock, because the main hero is like basically a forgotten hero that's like homeless guy, played by Stallone. But it's been in work since 2017, I think, is when he first started talking about it. And then with everything that's happened, it's been pushed, and now it's supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out August of this year. Then it's now been moved to like August of next year. Anyway, that's enough of the preview stuff. So let's get out of the preview stuff because we still have so much to talk about. We're going to do our CW stuff real quick to catch us up on everything. And then we're going to jump into this couple of movies before we're done.
You want to do Eternals first?
Let's do Eternals first because Angel's here. Because Angel's here.
Yeah.
Now that I've seen.
Yeah, Angel hasn't watched Eternals. The CW shows.
I'll probably bow out after this.
Yeah. Well, I was also going to talk about Shang-Chi a little bit at the end, but that's okay. Eternals, we could also hold off on Shang-Chi, but the Eternals, I finally got a chance to go watch it. It met or exceeded all my expectations. I thought it was great.
Me too.
There was a lot of like guff online and like completely unfounded. It was a wonderful movie.
I love the after credit scenes. I like the angsty struggle they end up having with the Celestials at the end, about defying them and not letting Tiamat spawn. It was a surprise to me that Ajax got actually killed before the actual stuff really started happening at the very beginning of the 7 days.
I feel like I have to say, and I cannot. Her name escapes me, which is unfortunate.
Salma Hayek.
But no, the writer, the director.
Cho.
She did such a wonderful job. She did such a wonderful job being able to introduce Ajax. And I didn't feel like we didn't get a lot of Ajax, because I felt like we got a lot of Ajax.
Yeah, we did. Because they did so much preview jumps that we really got to see Ajax.
We knew who she was.
Oh, yeah. Ajax was
absolutely
known. And her only real active power, other than, all the Celestials had increased strength and everything. But her main active power was healing. So, a big part of that was that it got absorbed by that deviant. And helped set that deviant apart and made Cersei curious. So it played the role really well, I thought. And I thought they personified each of the Eternals really, really well. From Sprite at the very beginning of the movie, pretending to be an adult to be part of the party they were at. But then the person putting their hand through her illusions.
Oh, Sprite is that is a character. They're all, oh my god, Sprite and Druig are going to be the two characters we need to keep our eyes on in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially Druig.
Yeah.
Druig plays a little bit by his own script anyway.
Yeah, Druig is he was very much a I cannot remember if it was the KGB or the Nazis that he worked for. But during that time he was an interrogator, and he found he loved torturing people.
Yeah, and with his ability,
in the comics, and like you can see, yeah, with his ability, his ability is similar in the comics as well.
Because he's the mind controlling
except he could fly.
Well,
yeah, he could fly in the comics.
If you actually read up on the Eternals, all the Eternals technically could fly.
Oh yeah, I think that was like a base ability of like every
base
Eternal.
ability. All the Eternals had higher than human strength.
Okay.
And they could all emit energy.
don't believe they could. I don't believe they could all fly because Thanos wasn't an Eternal, or it wasn't a deviant. He was an Eternal.
He was, yeah, he was an Eternal, but in the original Eternals, they considered it a base ability. But Thanos was an offshoot Eternal. He was like a deviant born of Eternal stock. So he was an Eternal.
He wasn't an Eternal. He carried the deviant gene, is what they called it, but it was really the X gene because he was like a mutant.
Yeah,
so
he was a mutant
everybody.
And one of his mutations was.
But yeah, I do believe they called him they called it the deviant gene, but I think they made it a point in the comics to point out that he was a mutant and that the deviant gene that they were seeing was just his mutant skin.
Well, yeah, but the other thing about his mutation was he didn't get all of the base Eternal abilities, like flight and energy projection. Because
I don't think Eros is able to do that either. Is Eros able to fly? I don't think so.
But by the actual Marvel canon, the base powers for all Eternals is flight, enhanced speed, strength, and energy projection. And then some of them specialized and became really good at an additional aspect, or one of those aspects went to an nth level. Like, for instance, technically all Eternals are supposed to be able to do, to some lesser extent, all the Eternal abilities.
I'm not sure if that's specifically true, but Eros does fly. I do remember Eros being able to fly.
I am okay. So I just pulled up a quick little thing. I was doing a quick search for the comics, and according to this little bit, it says here all Eternals, comic book Eternals, are capable of super strength, teleportation, telepathy, telekinesis, matter manipulation, flight through levitation, creating illusions, and the ability to shoot cosmic rays out of their eyes and hands.
Yeah.
Oh, so everybody's an Icarus. Oh, Icarus is literally the least important of all.
Well, but he's considered the most powerful because he's the one that took all those base abilities and cooked them up.
I mean,
to
in the movies,
level.
He's the most powerful,
right?
But I mean, like
that said, I think the way the movie handled it is probably more interesting.
I like the movie way better.
It is better.
Yeah,
that they each have their unique abilities.
I think and like it kind of explains. It definitely explains why Thanos looks a lot like the Skrulls. If he does actually have deviant genes, and I don't know if
because the Skrulls were supposed to be evolved from deviants.
Yeah, every Skrull is a deviant.
Yeah, they're actually an evolutionary leap from the deviants. They're the deviants that have actually evolved, even though both the Eternals and the deviants were not supposed to be able to evolve. They did, and they evolved into the Skrull race. But the Eternals were supposed to be the step and fetches for the Celestials, and the Deviants are like the cleanup crew for the Celestials. They're supposed to go in and kill a bunch of stuff on a planet, and then the Eternals are supposed to go in and nurture the planet.
Yeah,
and they did portray that in the movie. In the movie, they portrayed that, but they made it that each planet was just basically a giant celestial egg that burst the celestial. And that's why I theorize that in a lot of ways, Galactus is a mutant celestial who can't maintain his energy, which is why he has to feed on planets.
Okay, so this is where I can come in and because there's an expertise here because I am a very expert
on
Galactus guy.
Yeah.
Galactus actually, largely the cosmic landscape, but Galactus in particular, which is one of my favorite cosmic entities, he did indeed legitimately come from a different form of the universe. So much like the Celestials did, but he was originally a normal guy who absorbed cosmic radiation as he was one of the few survivors of the birth of the new world. And so he was able to absorb that radiation. In doing so, he was gifted the cosmic purpose of keeping the celestial race in check. Because Galactus's sole goal is to eat planets that have celestial eggs in it, which is where he gains his what he's eating. And when he eats those, whenever he absorbs that power, it prevents new celestials from hatching from those planets.
So it keeps the number
of
he's
feeding his hunger
down.
Yeah.
So
he's eating planets because he's hungry.
For celestials. He's a population control.
He's doing it because he's hungry. He's not doing it for any other purpose, but his cosmic purpose is to maintain lower the population of total celestials being born.
Yeah.
And so that's why he was so intent on Earth, because Earth had a particularly powerful celestial in it. Very juicy.
It's kind of the purpose of any predator in a natural ecosystem. It keeps the population down of their prey.
Too many herbivores.
Take a wolves out of the forest, they get overwhelmed with rabbits, which then eat all the leaves or whatever on the ground and then start to die out.
Mainly they eat all the root vegetables, and then the root vegetables die, and the plant dies.
Yeah.
And then you don't get the plant.
Right. So the circle of life happens, and so Galactus on a on an infinitely larger scale than rabbits and wolves is doing the same thing.
So Galactus is all part of the Hakuna Matata.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think he's going to be a part of. I think he's going to be a bigger part than Celestials are, honestly, as in terms of an antagonist, because a Celestial was being born, and that was just something that was happening. But Galactus is intent on eating planets.
Well, and even in the comic books, for being such a rare occurrence, Galactus shows up a lot in Marvel Comics. A lot more than the Celestials do.
I don't think he's ever going to come to Earth, though. They've killed...
In more total... in Fantastic Four, he almost has to, because it's kind of one of the seminal episodes of Fantastic Four.
Well, if they maintain the lore of Galactus, he's only there to eat the celestial energy. They killed the Celestial.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, though, is the Celestial is drawing the energy from all the people.
And
right?
the population's still
the energy is still there.
So he still might detect the energy, even if it doesn't have a celestial.
What if she didn't do a good job? What if the Celestial is slowly waking up?
Yeah, I mean, she turned it to stone.
She didn't kill it. She basically put it in another form.
Celestials are effectively matter transmuting gods.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying that it could still be kind of technically alive, just immobile because it's a stone.
So yeah, that's honestly that the fact that we can confirm that there is a celestial inside of Earth, and if it is dead, they'll have to find a new reason for Galactus to happen. However, I think it'd be really fun and new if we have the Guardians of the Galaxy protecting another planet from Galactus.
Who knows? I mean, the Marvel Universe is writing their own charted course. They're not sticking strictly to the comic books, which I appreciate. A lot of people get mad when
stories.
It goes away from the core material too much. But I realize, as someone who enjoyed the core material, that I still want to be surprised. and I want to see new adventures. And if all they do is just translate all the old comic books all the time to exactly, I'm not getting anything new. You know, my inner screenshot is probably better in that case than what they're going to do. But if they can give me new stuff and make slight changes and variations and make it an alternate universe that's close but not exact, so I still have to pay attention and look for those differences and look for those interpretations and stuff, that's what I want in a media adaptation of a comic book. Or even a novel. Even a novel. I want that from a novel adaptation too. I don't want them to be absolutely exact because I like to see the slight variance that surprises me. I want to stay true to the spirit. Go ahead.
Yeah. We saw the deviants, a particular deviant evolve, and they never explained it, but it seems like they're all capable of sentient thought. After, I'm assuming they're sapping the intelligence of the others, Eternals.
They're grabbing the brain
in fact,
energy.
The one, they are sapping their knowledge at least, because there was a line.
Energy, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting their memories at least, because whenever that deviant absorbed, I think Gilgamesh. He then became aware of the Celestials and the problem with and that the Celestials are going to kill them or something like that, or became more aware about their
So we can assume that there are other deviants with the ability to sap and kill Eternals, and it makes you really wonder what the purpose of gifting deviants the ability of absorbing, essentially being a Kirby.
Yeah.
Well,
why?
It could have been an unknown side effect that it wasn't intended when they invented the deviants.
And didn't he say that the problem with the deviants is they became out of control and they evolved outside of his control, and that's why he had to make the Eternals? Because he couldn't control the deviants anymore because he made a mistake?
Well, that was.
So you're saying that might have been a mistake?
Well, that was.
I'm thinking that was a mistake.
That was the comic book explanation. But the Marvel Universe explanation, the deviants were involved to come in and kill a bunch of the predators to allow a sentient race to evolve. That was the movie. Yeah.
That was the Marvel Cinematic That was the explanation of the movie.
Right.
But
the deviants
but he also said that he made him. Well, so they evolved and became too predatory and was preventing intelligent life from evolving.
They started attacking the intelligent life, not just the other mindless predators. And that was the other reason that they needed the Celestials to come in to protect them from the deviants.
The Eternals.
The Eternals come in to protect them once the deviants went basically feral and started attacking everything, including other deviants, possibly. But because they were becoming apex predators. Okay. Yeah. So, and that's the Eternals, and it was such a great, and I love the introduction of Star Fox at the very end. I love the introduction of the Black Knight story thread at the end. Although we had that by knowing what her boyfriend's name was at the beginning, those who are really steeped in comic book lore kind of saw some of that coming.
Yeah. Do you know who the voice was that warned him at the end?
Well, the voice that warned him was supposed to be Blade, I think.
Yep.
Actually.
It's the voice of Blade telling him asking him, are you sure you're ready for this? Or something along those lines.
Right. Taking on a Nick Fury, which I'm really hoping for a Midnight Suns movie.
Yeah, and
I'm hoping for a Midnight Suns Avengers style Blade collecting everybody thing.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah, Midnight
Suns. I'm all for that.
we need a Ghost Rider confirmed in the MCU because
the
Shield has one.
Yeah,
but we're not sure. I mean, Robbie Reyes is in Shield was amazing, but
right. But
we're not
Shield,
sure if that's going to be
Agent
canon.
of Shield is not 100% canon to the movies, where the other newer Marvel stuff is more canon to the movies.
Yeah.
You know,
Um,
that's the other thing. You know, we saw Spider-Man No Way Home. We did not mention the fact that there's still the thing about getting what's his name from the Daredevil Netflix series is supposed to play Matt Murdock in the movie at some point.
is that confirmed, or is that like
that was confirmed a while
rumor?
back? It was
That
confirmed
he
a
is
while back.
definitely playing.
He's supposed to play Murdock. He's not necessarily supposed to play.
It's the actor who played Daredevil in the Netflix series. He's saying is playing Daredevil in the.
Well, it's supposed to play Matt Murdock. Not Daredevil.
Last I read, and that hasn't been confirmed. In fact, the last I read was Charlie Cox saying that he hasn't received a call yet from Disney about the role, but that he would like to do it. That's the last I have read, and that was a month or two ago.
He is confirmed in the She-Hulk series. That was confirmed.
I don't think so.
Nope, he's not. As I'm reading right now, as of November 11th, he's not.
There's so much information out there that it's so hard to track what's confirmed and what's not confirmed. Oh my god. That's okay though. I like the suspense and I like the arguments. It's fun. But
there
anyway,
there was a report that Marvel wants Nick Cage back to be Ghost Rider.
I am down with that. He was a good Ghost Rider, although he might be aging.
But that's okay.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what age he is to be Ghost Rider.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm excited for a Nick Cage.
I think he would be a good
back
Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider again.
We need a Daredevil, or not Daredevil. We need a Ghost Rider. I saw that meme where it's like Daredevil and Ghost Rider need a switch.
But Nicolas Cage, a lot of people underplay his ability as an actor, but he's actually a really good actor. He just is so.
Daredevil should be Batman, and Ghost Rider should be called Daredevil.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Eternals. To go back on there a little bit. What I was mentioning was I can't get over, like, I get the purpose. I cannot get over the fact that I didn't like the Deviant. I just didn't. You know, he has a purpose in the story. Lurch and I actually talked about it because we watched the movie together.
Right.
And so immediately after watching it, I was like, I don't like it. And he's like, well, the purpose is to give you misdirection. And I believe he did that well. I am not saying he did not do it well. What I think they did not do well was the CG. That was horrible. I hated everything about his design. The second he started being talkative and human, I hated it.
The older Deviants better. The Deviants that looked more like exotic wireframes of goth metal art. I like that better. The streams of black.
And
that looks.
You know,
cool.
if they're going with Eros is definitely an Eternal, right?
Yeah.
He's definitely an Eternal. He's definitely Thanos' brother.
Yeah, because that's how he gets introduced.
Both things were stated.
Yeah, both things were stated, which means that Thanos is an Eternal.
But he's
really
he's an
ugly
Eternal
one.
with a deviant.
Deviant. I mean, no. The one thing that is not confirmed is that he's a deviant.
In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he's supposed to be half deviant, half Eternal.
No, they never stated that.
Somewhere
in the MCU, and I took special care to like observe that in the MCU, there's never one mention of Thanos being in a deviant. So, yeah, he's just an ugly Eternal until we're told otherwise, which I think is amazing.
I think it's on. I think it was on Nerdist.com that said it, but he is supposed to be half deviant, half eternal.
I mean, based on what we know of other things and from the comics and stuff, then that is generally how we would expect it to be. But officially, within the context of the movies, it hasn't been expressly made clear.
And that's kind of like my point is Thanos doesn't look like a deviant.
No, not by the way the deviants are looking on Earth.
He does not have... Every single deviant looks similar and has even the humanoid walking ones.
But he does look like a Skrull.
Well, in the deviants, if we're going by comic, deviants weren't created by them to like destroy life. They were just an offshoot evolution, like the Eternals were. They were accidents, and they just weren't liked.
Yeah.
So, that's realistically. That's realistically. He does look like what?
A Skrull. Thanos.
Oh yeah, he does look like a Skrull.
He does.
Well, and we're not sure in the MCU if they consider Skrulls to be deviants either.
We don't know, but that's one thing Thanos looks like. He looks like a Skrull.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe that they meant to make that intentional, but I think that they could, if they're clever with it, they could make an explanation of like, oh yeah, these were evolved deviants. The Skrulls. The Skrulls are just because the one thing we can say about the upright deviant is that they're primitive, right? These are presumably first series deviants, and because they were like encased in ice a long time ago. Mm-hmm. Skrulls had an opportunity to evolve, and the Skrulls share a very unique and particular trait that the evolved older deviant who took Gilgamesh has, which is they can change form limitedly, and they can absorb knowledge. And whenever Skrulls change form, they get the information from the person who they changed form from.
Well, also,
so you can make an argument that Skrulls could be evolved Eternals or deviants in the MCU.
Yeah.
Well, also you got to take into account the fact.
And honestly, it would. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. I think I accidentally just like made myself like that deviant just now. With the thought process that they solely put him in to explain the Skrulls universe or Skrulls' purpose and beginnings.
You got to take into account.
And as he was turning more sentient, his skin was turning green, wasn't it?
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure his skin started turning green as he became sentient.
I'll have to look at him again, but
I can't remember if it was turning more green like Skrull or more purple like Thanos. But I only watched it the one time. But you also got to consider that the deviants for individual planetary missions could be made to look slightly different.
Well, we kind of know that not to be the case because they previewed what another planet looked like with deviants on it.
But that just means that that planet's sentient race might have still been closer to the human sentient race. Because like
we have no reason to think that because like they just placed they showcased what they looked like when they just placed it on. Theoretically, and we know that Celestials have like one facet. They make everything the same. All of the Celestials look human, or all the Eternals look human.
Yeah.
All of the Deviants look like wiry monsters. And so, and we haven't seen any observedly different thing, like anything to tell us any different. So we could argue that the deviants were allowed on one planet to just evolve normally, and that became Skrulls.
Who knows?
That would be cool. Okay, if that's the purpose of bringing him in, I'm all for him.
You've not bought in.
Yeah, his skin is definitely green. His skin is turning green as he's.
Okay, please tell me I'm the first person to suggest that that's the case. Please tell me that I'm the first person to be like, this motherfucker is turning into a scroll.
Probably.
How amazing would that be?
That would be.
Yeah,
I mean,
think you're onto something.
They've got so much that they can do with this show. Now, I do like each of the personifications of the Eternals while we're talking about the Eternals. I like how Mercari is very flighty and kind of stays separate of the humans and instead gathers their treasures around her, and what she considers treasures aren't what everybody would
consider. I use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Like a box of Twinkies is treasures for her, but also is the tablet, the Emerald Tablet,
I genuinely, me and Lurch actually came up with this idea outside the movie theater. Speaking of Mercari, because we were like, why is she deaf? And she can sense vibrations, right? And we were like, why is that necessary?
She's mute.
And then, no, she's deaf. She can't hear people. She can talk. She can scream. She's not mute. She's deaf. And she can hear people by sensing vibrations in the air, not by hearing them.
A factor of her speed force.
That's what I was getting at was that I think that it made more. It made the most sense because if you're going faster than the speed of sound, you're deaf anyway.
Right.
Because sound can't catch vibrations from. But if you can just innately sense vibrations from everything around you, then you should be able to hear everything.
Or taking the
and like from. I mean, and it makes more sense to do that because if you can sense vibrations, that's essentially what Daredevil does. So she could potentially see things too. And if you're going as fast as the speed of light, or like even half the speed of light, you're going too fast for light molecules to bounce properly in your eyes. You're blind too. So being able to sense vibrations makes the most sense of your world around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, as someone who navigates the Speed Force, I think Mercari might be the most sensible person to, like, with her disabilities, to have speed.
Yeah.
I was just telling him the theory that I came up with outside of the theater about Mercari and why the vibration works, like the way she's surroundings. I thought about that outside because I was like, we were just talking about how amazing it was to have a deaf superhero.
I jumped ahead and said, yeah, it's the vibrations from the Speed Force. Yeah, because if you're that sensitive to super speed, you've got to be able to read vibrations.
Yeah. I remember...
Huh?
I remember part of what helped trigger you to come to that conclusion was, like, I pointed out how, despite her being deaf, she could hear vibrations or sense vibrations somehow because she could tell what people were saying and people doing stuff behind her back.
Yeah, so she has like the ability to see things.
That's why I said I didn't think she was deaf. I thought she was just mute.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's able to talk. She talks in the movie. But yeah, no, she's just deaf. And yeah, I was just I really appreciate that. And something you might not know, Doc, is that I'm actually entirely deaf in my left ear. I'm single-sided deaf. So I kind of do get excited a little bit for like the deaf superhero being like an absolute badass. Also, I love speedsters.
Yeah.
And speaking of the Speed Force, you mentioned Speed Force, which is like an inherently DC thing.
Yeah.
I think it's really funny that Marvel decided to co-op Barry Allen into the Marvel Universe by making him think his name might be Buried Allen. He was touched with amnesia. He only has like a rip suit that is reminiscent of Barry Allen's suit back then. And he and Mercari had a race, and he won. But I just thought that it was very clearly him racing against Barry Allen. So it's just just particularly interesting little fact there of like and he kept talking about like a special force, like those propelling him to want to move fast, and I was just like, it's clearly the Flash. She's racing. He's racing.
The
I will
Flash.
say, I think this movie gave us one of the best Justice League fights ever.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, this is the best Justice League movie I ever got.
Well, in a lot of ways it is because Ajax is, I mean, not Ajax, but Icarus is Superman.
Athena is like Wonder Woman. Icarus is like Superman.
Yeah, totally.
Athena without the A.
Yeah, Athena.
Ikari is like the Flash. Festus is Cyborg.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's totally Cyborg. In a lot of ways, Druger is Jericho. And
you remember that? You remember that scene where everybody was trying to fight Superman whenever he was just like resurrected from the Joss Whedon cut of the
Justice League movie.
Yeah. Remember how disappointed I was? Like, because I watched that with you, Lurch. I was like very disappointed with how that went down.
Yeah, like there was that one good moment where Barry's running around and Superman sees him, and then Flash gets scared. Like that was a great, but otherwise it was not that great of a fight.
The Flash made that movie great for me, and like otherwise it was kind of like, it's okay.
Yeah,
the Snyder cut was much better,
considerably better.
It was way better.
They so
but like that one scene. There's not like that is the low point. Almost every scene of the Eternals fighting each other was better than that scene, and that was a great scene. Like I feel like whenever Icarus was just like shackled to the ground, and it's like if you have like all this all powerful knowledge, and you don't want to kill your brother, fucking shackling, like creating a shackle for him would make sense.
Yeah.
Like I would like every decision every Eternal made when fighting Icarus, I was like, that makes sense in fighting Icarus. I never thought of I could have done that better.
No, and Festus was the perfect person to do it because Festus was totally their tech guy, and he used what he had. And if anything,
every character did that. Like every character reacted in a way. And there was a point where, there was a point where they were just willing to kill each other because they understood what was at stake. And it's just like
it made sense that Kingu stepped out of the last fight. He's like,
you know what? I'm kind of glad he wasn't a part of it.
I don't agree with you, but I don't agree with you guys either. Well, I kind of agree with you, but I look up I look up to him. I'm Switzerland.
Honestly, I think it sucked for him, but I feel like he was torn between his two loves, acting and following what Icarus wanted.
Yeah. Humanity.
And I feel because I don't think he loved you. He did not care about humanity at all.
No, he cared about it because they were his audience.
Yeah, he did not care. He cared about the fame. He cared about the comfortable lifestyle. He cared about being a god.
He agreed with doing what they were sent there to do, but he couldn't bring himself to harm his friends to do it.
And he didn't want to stop.
That's why he stepped out.
He did not give a shit about humanity at all. I don't even think that was a focus for him.
Like I said, humanity at least to him was his audience. He liked having the audience.
I mean, I feel like he would have done well on any planet. I feel like he could have gone to another planet and been just as happy there. I don't think he cared about humanity.
I also like how he was
because he made the argument
by Sprite.
He's like 7. Oh, he 100% ad-libbed that. I do not believe. I think he could tell. So something he did continuously through every movie or through every interaction he had with characters was try to alleviate. I think the one thing he didn't like was all of like the stress and the drama. And so he said anything to everybody
That he thought they
every conversation he had with anybody, he said what they wanted to hear. I think he was. I don't disagree with him as a character. I think he's the most human of them all, in terms of like the way he interacted with them was like he was willing to lie to their faces. The interpretation I got was that if I'll say whatever I need to and I'll be smooth about it, if it'll shut you up. And I feel like whenever he could no longer manage that, when he realized a civil war was happening, he booked it because he couldn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that fits his character.
He's a survivor.
I think he became an actor because he's an egotist.
He is an egotist.
I think he's a narcissist. I think that's why he became an actor. I don't believe it was his stories. That's like the most bullshit weak line.
One of the other most...
And he is an actor.
Festus is probably one of the most other... And if any of them is truly in love with the humans, it's Festus. And he started out having no real consideration for him. Because they'd...
his name is...
Festus had blown it... He had taught them the information that eventually had made Hiroshima happen. And stuff.
Oh, man.
And he was all disappointed in humans. But then later on, he marries a human and adopts a child. Obviously adopted because he married a male human. But...
male human's child. So, like, that male human came out of a relationship with the baby. That wasn't adopted. Well, he might have.
I don't know. He might have been adopted because the child was at least part African American, but the male that he married was more white than African American, where Festus
wasn't
is
he
more
black?
No, he was more white. If anything,
I'm
he
pretty sure that
he had a hint of Hispanic in him, but no, he was more white. Festus was the darker of the two in that couple, and the child was
Festus or Faustus. I thought it was Faustus.
It's Festus, as in Hephaestus, not Faustus.
Ah, right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's spelled Phastos.
Yeah. Which that would have been pronounced Faustus, but it's Festus. By the spelling, Faustus would make more sense.
The character playing as his husband was named the actor's name is Haz Sleeman, but his character name is just Faustus's husband. According to IMDb, he doesn't have a name.
That's just what we get, like the spouse always getting the sideline.
Yeah, but it was neat. It was also nice
and that's also something.
It was nice to see
the
that
kiss was kind of groundbreaking.
Yeah, it was nice to see some exclusivity. Their inclusivity, not exclusive, inclusivity by showing that one of them married as a gay couple with a human, and it's the one that turns out to be
in the show,
and the one that turns out to be the most human sympathizer of all of them. Although Cersei's pretty high up there, because Cersei loves humans, but Festus went so far as to like freaking deny his eternalness completely and just go full on human. He wasn't even he didn't even improve his house like Icarus thought he did with vibranium furniture.
He did. He had shielding and stuff up. Icarus shot the window with the laser beam and it shielded it.
Yeah, but for the
most table part, was just an IKEA table.
Yeah, IKEA.
Yeah, everything in the house was just like
IKEA fall collection.
Yeah.
But they made him more human.
They did.
And Druig was a logical conclusion. I mean, if he is like, I could understand Druig's frustration. He's like, wait a minute. With one use of my power, I can stop all of this stupid, senseless bloodshed. Why can't I do it? And Ajax never quite gives him a reason that he can accept. So he's like, never mind. I'm leaving and I'm taking these humans with me.
I feel like realistically, Ajax is working a narrative, and like Druig understood that what they were going to be there for.
He may not
And
have
like
known,
like
but
I feel like
he might have suspected.
the one thing, no, I mean the one, no, I mean like they knew that they were there to not fuck with humanity.
Right.
And I feel like they keep breaking that because like they have Sprite making vast illusions for people to like watch and just enjoy and stuff like that, and you know like they're slowly introducing
technology.
Technology. And so I feel like that was probably one of the most unrealistic lines in the movie.
Yeah, because they're still influenced
that
quite a bit.
everybody that Ajax introduced, because Ajax knew, but the others didn't, except for Icarus later. But my issue is everybody else was down for it.
Yeah.
My least favorite character was Thena.
Well, Thena.
Yeah, I don't feel like if you took
part of the
if you took her out of the movie,
it wouldn't have changed it too much.
It wouldn't have. I mean, you could have had any Eternal kill the.
Well,
the
main thing for Thena was, she was supposed to showcase that memory condition that they get. I forget what it was called, but
you can remove that, and like it wouldn't change the movie much.
Well, because
they learned almost everything about what was happening before. All she did was confirm it. She didn't introduce any new information.
No, but she basically showed that there was bleed over and stuff, and that the reason why they had to have their mind wiped between planets.
But they didn't find that out until after they already knew.
Right.
And then after the fact, they were like, "Oh, that's why she's been doing this."
And she was the setup.
Right, but like you didn't need the setup for it because we already had the Deviant.
True, but also, if you were going to do a movie with the Eternals, you had to have Thena in it, because in the original comic book, she was an essential one of the Eternals.
I'm not saying that
they could have
that she shouldn't have been in the movie. I'm not even saying that they do that. She could have just been like, I'm a fiery person. I just didn't like her character. I didn't like the things she said, or the stuff she did, or how she was introduced. I just didn't like her. And I normally I believe it was Angelina Jolie who was playing her.
Yeah,
I normally like her, but in this movie,
she was also kind of a loose cannon. You never knew when she was gonna screw up and start attacking her teammates.
That's the thing. She was the unpredictable wild card because of the memory thing that she could hit any time.
I guess my argument is just a personal one, and that's I didn't like her.
Well,
I just genuinely didn't like her.
Is she was an emotional bond for Gilgamesh. She helped keep Gilgamesh.
I mean, that came out of nowhere. Yeah, but
otherwise they would have had to write in something else for Gilgamesh.
I feel like no, Gilgamesh would have stayed grounded. He was the most emotionally responsive and mature of any of the Eternals. Right, I think of anyone, he didn't need to be grounded.
But they didn't have any history for him without her, because his whole history throughout the years.
They all her. They have history with every single one of them. Like as easily as they fabricated history with her and him, they could have written.
They would have had to write
Druig and him.
History. They would have had to write a different history.
I'm not saying she didn't have a place. I'm not saying she didn't have a place in the movie. I didn't like her. Yeah. I think she was a weak link in the movie.
Well, she was also supposed to show off the ability of the cosmic energy to form weapons. And that was her main shtick, was forming weapons out of the cosmic energy. And in fact, that was her big specialty.
I feel like you know, and now that I'm saying it, I feel like I know it's personal, because I feel like if they'd done anybody else, I think I'd have liked it. I really don't have another movie of hers. I like her movies generally.
Yeah, for the most
I
part,
just
I
feel like
love
she wasn't right for
Angelina
this role.
Yeah,
I feel like if they would have replaced her with literally anybody,
a
I'd have
different
been okay
actress could
with
have done
her
it.
role.
Well, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing is they wasted somebody of her caliber on a throwaway character.
Honestly,
you don't
I
think
don't
about
think I
as
don't think
much.
she's. Yeah, I don't think as she shouldn't be a hero.
She would have been
She didn't
better
look the
off.
part, and one of the things that kept like shooting out in my mind, and it took me out of it. And it shouldn't. I'm not trying to judge on her looks, and like if it makes you feel super comfortable body wise, um, like whatever modifications you want to do to your body to make yourself more comfortable with who you are, I 100% support that. But it was so obvious that she had plastic work done,
Right.
and it's like plastic work shouldn't have existed all the way back then.
Yeah,
Like,
but she's an artificial person.
But that's just it. She's an
I
artificial person.
know, but like no one else looked like that.
She's a
No one
machine.
else. It's just it frustrated. I mean, it kept taking me out. It just
okay. It's 11 minutes
I don't
after
know.
11.
I didn't like
We really have to move on.
11:11. Make a wish.
Yeah, 11:11. Make a wish. But we really have to move on from the Eternals. So thank you for joining us, Angel. I know you said you had to bow out after this. We're gonna really rush through the Arrowverse, and then we're gonna be done.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you, and you're welcome back anytime. In fact, we're looking for possibly a third continual host next year because Greg's stepping out. So who knows?
If you want to pull me into a call and we could talk about that. I'm not sure I can handle what Greg was handling, but I could certainly.
Oh no! Everybody handles stuff. Whatever they pick their own topics. We don't assign them. Greg chose the topics he did. He was handling board and card games, but you could definitely come in. And the thing is, he always bowed out right before the media stuff, and me and Greg handled the media. And you're heavily involved with the media stuff too, at least on the Marvel side. So you could get more involved.
I'm pretty knowledgeable about DC. I'm just not as excited about it. But I am also more knowledgeable than the average person on DC.
Do you watch a lot of the shows?
Oh yeah, no, I lost interest in that a while ago.
Yeah. See, and we cover the CW verse quite a bit. But you'd be a good contrast between those of us who watched the show and those of us who read the comics. I read the comics and watched the show. And Lurch has read some of the comics and has watched all the shows. But you would have been that other bit of opinion that's just read the comics and you could hear about what's currently going on in the shows and give an opinion on that. And you don't even necessarily still have to show up every episode or anything. It's just, it's going to be just me and Lurch for a lot of it. So the more visits by you means we get another person to bounce our opinions off on. And get more discussions going on. It's always better discussions with 3 or 4.
Well, we're getting a lot of Marvel content soon. So
we just got Hawkeye started.
Yep. So I'm watching that. So
did you watch the first 2 episodes of Hawkeye?
Well, why don't we start?
No. Steph saw it.
What?
I'm probably gonna be working. I'm probably gonna be working on Thanksgiving tomorrow. So I'm probably just gonna watch it then.
Okay. So otherwise, I was going to say we would start covering Hawkeye first, if you wanted to, because
I'll have watched them before your next episode.
Yeah, since our next episode's not till January, because we're taking December off.
Then I'll definitely have watched them all before your next episode.
Yeah, because we're taking December off.
All right.
Because I'm moving, so we're buying a house and we're supposed to close. If everything goes exactly to plan, Monday.
I just went through that June 30th. I bought my house. It was a stressful month. Lurch knows.
Yeah.
I was living at Lurch's house during that event.
Off. We decided to take December off because of that.
A couple more movies of Warner Brothers from earlier, because we were talking about the multiverse game. A couple more franchises that Warner Brothers own is Lord of the Rings and Rick and Morty.
Oh.
That's true.
Rick could be a fun character to play in that game.
Yeah, I would.
Anyway,
all right. So I'm gonna go on ahead and bow out. Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you for having me on.
Anytime, Angel. Always welcome.
Imagine like playing as Gandalf the Grey. That'd be fucking cool.
Let me switch over to our 2-person layout before I forget. Okay, now we're going to get into our CW verse. Okay, we got so much to cover here because Lurch couldn't make it the week before last. Lurch couldn't hear me last week. So we've got those 2 weeks and this week. And last week started Flash Armageddon. So we've got 2 episodes of Armageddon and 2 or 3 episodes of Legends of Tomorrow to cover today. We're going to kind of speed through it a little bit.
Go ahead.
We're just going to touch on stuff because it's already after 11 o'clock. And then we want to touch on Hawkeye before we leave. We really have to.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be in a rush at all if I wasn't hungry. Because this is our last episode for a month. But I'm also hungry.
Right. But we want to make this episode memorable, and I think we are. We had our special guest, Angel. We had the full cast here for the last time. And, officially and everything. So that's good. Anyway, Legends of Tomorrow. We've had, where did we leave off? Had we gotten to the point where they had met the time travel scientist yet in our last discussion? Or is that the one we should start with?
I feel like we did. I feel like we talked about that a little bit because it kind of seems like I talked about how this is the character, the John Constantine actor.
Yes.
What's his name? Matt? What's his name?
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan. Yeah. So Matt Ryan's taking over this character, and I think we talked a little bit about how
I love the fact that
it's kind of funny how
they each think he reminds them of somebody, but they never say Constantine.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, you look a lot like someone I know. Who is it? Who is it? Is it? Ray Palmer.
Yeah, he don't look anything like."
No, that's been a good running joke.
I know.
As he's introduced to all of them.
I thought that was great, and he's actually Constantine, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, he gets introduced. The group finally gets back together in New York. They steal his time machine. They basically rescue him from an asylum. They fix the time machine so it isn't going to cause them all to get electrocuted to death.
Because in the original timeline, this scientist whose name I can't remember, played by Matt Ryan, he is supposed to use the time machine and die on his maiden voyage, but because it didn't have a piece of technology and material that doesn't exist for 300 more years. But his technology or his designs becomes the foundation of what space travel is based on eventually.
Time travel, not space travel.
So he was so close.
And it turns out
he was so close to having it.
And it turns out that the one element they needed was a component that was rather plentiful in the Hoover robots. And so they took one of them out of a Hoover robot and used it and adapted it. And that's where the wind elemental twins came in handy because they're also kind of their tech people. And then they move to they take the ship and they were headed to, I think it was Tahiti or the Bahamas. One of the exotic.
Sure, it's Tahiti.
I think it was Tahiti, which kind of makes me think of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But anyway, it's a magical place.
That's why it stands out because of that. When they said that, I was like, "Oh, that's a magical place."
That's right. But they're supposed to be going to Tahiti, but they end up in this forest, and Gary says it's like primeval looking, and so they're expecting to find dinosaurs any minute. But eventually, they find out that they're just outside of Hiroshima, and they're outside of Hiroshima on the day of the meltdown of the big.
Not Hiroshima, Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. I'm sorry, I used it's because I was saying Hiroshima earlier. No, Chernobyl, and it's the same day as the big meltdown of the nuclear power plant, and so of course the Matt Ryan's character has to get them to save people. So they announce on the intercom, get everybody to evacuate and such. But that's the big element of this. Then we're also getting a lot of information on the scientists that had stolen the copy of Gideon, who was, of course, the precursor to the scientist that had made all the Eva clones. And we're now seeing him after he's made the Eva clones and stuff, and he starts exploring with time travel with his Dark Wave Rider, and he comes back and destroys the Wave Rider, which gets him stranded. And Gideon, of course, his version of Gideon is more dedicated to the Time Master thing, where it's supposed to preserve the timeline at all costs. It hasn't been changed by Rip Hunter to protect the Legends, so she's trying to stop the Legends and using what's his name to try to stop the Legends. And an Ava clone is on board, and so now they have 3 people to vote on things. So they outvote the Gideon AI, and Gideon's like, well, I can't have that. So she basically ejects the Ava clone out the airlocks. And then the one baddish guy starts to realize that the Legends are actually the good guys, and starts talking about wanting to help the good.
He discovers it because he finds out that a robot of him, a bot of him, has been put in his place back in his home by the ship, so that he can remain behind on the ship as a Time Master forever. And then he looks at the parameters.
And he found out that the bot had done things like kidnapped Sarah and arranged for aliens to take up this one planet and stuff.
Well, he's looking at the robot's itinerary for what he's supposed to do in the future, and realizes, oh, I kidnapped people. I became the bad guy, and the Legends, abducted me so they can help me redeem myself.
Yeah, so
I'm the baddie.
Yeah, so it's getting a little convoluted in there, and that's basically the story as we've gone through. I'm trying to remember the exact last episode, but I've slept a few times since then. There's so much going on, but we're not going to update anymore until the beginning of the year, so we can leave it at that and let everybody else explore, because we're rushing through. The only other thing that there's 2 other things we want to talk about. That's the first 2 episodes of Flash Armageddon and the first 2 episodes of Hawkeye. So let's go into Flash Armageddon first. And the first episode, I really enjoyed seeing Ray Palmer, first of all. I thought it was great to have Ray Palmer as their first guest experience. And Ray Palmer, who's a little bit more dedicated to his own personal research and building a life with his wife, Nora, and not wanting to start another tech company. But what's his name on the new Flash Force, their new tech guy? I can't think of his name. The
Chester.
Chester, that's right.
Chester, yeah.
Chester, there's a big geek convention going on in Central City, and he is arranged to be Ray Palmer's handler. Now, of course, many of you know this show come about from a group of us that actually run our own convention. And at different times, we've had chance to be handlers for special guests. I was Keith Baker's handler at our last convention. So, and it's a big thing, exciting thing to be a handler for one of the people you love in the industry.
Yeah.
So I could totally empathize with Chester, except for the fact that Chester was, scheduling extra stuff without checking with Ray first, and he had scheduled a tech like startup kind of evaluation meetup with some startup hopefuls that were kind of like that episode in where Iron Man is talking to this people at and giving funding all the people at MIT. Every idea automatically funded. Well, this is him going to talk to people to fund some of these student ideas, not IDs, ideas. And Ray's not into that because he wants to focus on his own research in Nora. He doesn't want to build yet another tech company. And that kind of crushes Chester. Then we meet Despero. And Despero is the villain for the Armageddon piece. And he's from the far future. And he
villain-ish.
Because he's a hero because he's justifying his stopping of the Flash as protecting the future because the Flash supposedly goes crazy and destroys the future. And he does it sometime in the next 7 days. And so he's there to stop the Flash, and they have to convince him that the Flash is not going to do that he's redeemable. And he's not convinced, but they do end up talking him into stopping and waiting. We see some really nice fight scenes with Ray Palmer using the shrink technology and Flash using his super speed together to take on Despero. Despero has this Gestalt form that he turns into his warrior form. It's this big hulking thing. And he also has the ability to open up a physical third eye on his forehead when he uses his psychic abilities. And his psychic abilities are no joke. Oh man, is he psychic?
Yeah.
And so that's how we handle the first episode. Now in the next episode, they contact Alex Danvers from Supergirl, and they have the new DOA transferring over their alien database so that they can look up Despero. And they look up Despero, and he's not found. And Alex goes to go look more into that, and we don't hear any more from her. So she's a conference call at the beginning, and then she's a conference call at the end. I was a little disappointed at her limited exposure in the episode. So she's got to have more exposure before Armageddon is over with. Because otherwise, this is bogus. You can't say that Alex is really anything more than a cameo if that's the case.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just bare cameo conference call. But then Flash goes, and a few things happen in the Flash. They find out that there's this one villain from National City in town who has the ability to control people's minds and make them go crazy. Zoltar, I think is her name.
Something like that.
Zoltar. It sounds like a male name, but it's a female villain. But Zoltar is her thing, and she's got all these like freaking rhinestones around her eyes and shit. But she turns people, crazy. And she turned this one security guard crazy at this bank robbery, and he was firing his gun into the air and just nuts. And because Barry had known that he's going to go crazy sometime in the next 7 days, he's like, this can't be coincidence. And he goes into work, to do his forensics, and he's stopped by the new police chief, of course, the one with the mimic powers, and she tells him she has to suspend him because they've got like a federal thing out for him because they suspect that he was one of the moles for one of the bad guys in one of the previous plot lines. And but basically that means now he doesn't have access to that security guard. So then he goes and he vibrates his way through the wall of the security guard's hospital room so that he could talk to the security guard. And he's starting to talk to the security guard when he gets a call from Chester and Caitlin that they're shutting down Star Labs. He's like, what the fuck? So he's got to leave and rush back to Star Labs. Turns out that there's a nuclear energy leak in Star Labs, and they find out that their nuclear energy sensors are outdated and haven't been working for a while. And they're close to like Chernobyl level. So they have to quickly take the 5 minutes they're getting to get their stuff and get out of there. Chester and Caitlin go through and get all of their stuff, while Barry goes and talks to Gideon, activates holograms to block off the area that was basically Flash HQ.
Yeah.
And then he has to basically kill Gideon. He has to wipe Gideon because it's the only way to protect from getting information from Gideon that could reveal the Flash's secrets. Yeah. So they've got to move all their operations to their individual homes. They actually build a medical bay in one place, and they build a command center in another place. And Barry goes out to confront this villain, and he's like, don't worry, I'm not going to go. And then she attacks him with her power, and the next thing you know, he wakes up to find everybody pointing, weapons and shit at him because he had gone crazy and had totally wrecked the apartment. He is able to convince Caitlin that he's no longer nuts. So she does a reading of him and finds out that he's basically within normal parameters for Barry, a little bit elevated, but not. So he's come out of it. But obviously her power is a bit too much for Barry. And so then they work on, like I said, setting up the different alternate things. He goes to take her on again and finds out that she's got telekinesis as well as her psychic power. Now, she's not used her psychic power to turn him crazy this time. She's holding him basically floating in midair so he can't run or use any of his Speed Force powers.
Yeah. And so I like how she's like, oh, by the way, I've got telekinesis.
Yeah.
I know I've been keeping that one a secret.
At some point, yeah. Yeah, and so he's floating in midair, and he's like trying to figure out a way, because if he could use his lightning could override her power on him. Not shoot his lightning. And he starts to vibrate individual cells in his body to generate the lightning and focus it inward. And that allows him to capture her. But then they find out that, again, he went crazy. And he was all over town doing funky shit because he'd gone nutso. And they couldn't blame it on her this time because as soon as the medicuffs were put on her, everybody affected by her suddenly came out of it. So it was more the lightning's effect on Barry. And so Despero's there and he's ready to take Barry out. And the other thing is Barry now remembers that Joe is dead. Now, I didn't remember that Joe died.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Barry doesn't remember Joe dying, and it's got him really upset.
Did Joe die?
That everyone's telling him that he died.
But did he die? Or is that
he died.
Last episode of last season?
He died in the previous season.
I didn't remember that either. So I was right there with Barry. And
yeah.
And it was upsetting Cecile because she's trying to move on and her husband had died. And Barry is having trouble with him because the guy who was basically the adoptive father he never had died and stuff, but he was not accepting it. And then Desper shows up and goes to attack, and suddenly, just before his attack reaches Barry, it gets blocked, and you look over to the side, and there's Chester and Caitlin.
Okay,
with the device
I'm double
creating the
checking it
shield.
because I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't remember him dying.
I don't
I'm
either.
looking online, and it's saying it was revealed in this episode that he died months ago off camera.
Right, which means we're not sure if this is going to end up being a plot point. He comes back later, or what, because it was off camera. I was like, I knew I didn't remember him dying. Anyway, so they block Despero and kind of hold him. Well, they try to, and then he leaves. Barry gets away. He goes to the Justice League bunker where the round table is, and he's behind his seat, and he throws his gloves on the table. And then he's looking around, and he sees Martian Manhunter's seat, and then he sees somebody else's seat, and then he sees Black Lightning's seat, and then he looks up, and behind there is Chris Williams, Black Lightning. Jefferson. And he's like, I need your help. And Jefferson's like, it sounds like you got a spot of trouble. So we've got the initial cameo of Chris Williams has now entered into the fray. And that's how we end the episode. And so that's what we've got. Like I said, we're rushing. There's so much more we could go into detail about. But
yeah,
that's the framework. So we've met the Atom, we've met Alex Danvers, and we've met Jefferson Pierce so far of the people that have been talked about being in this 5-parter. We got 3 parts left to go. We still have to see Mia Queen for sure. We're supposed to see the one human that was a pillar from Crisis for sure. And I don't remember who else was listed as possible cameos. But, Batwoman. The new Batwoman has got to come in. And that's the seat that I keep passing over and saying I can't remember which seat they hit before Black Lightning. And it's Batwoman's. So those ones all have to come in and be part of this thing. So we've got 3 more episodes to round that out. And that's supposed to round out the Despero because according to current stats on Flash, they're supposed to have 3 plot lines this season. So 3 mini storylines. The Despero storyline, then they're going to go into another storyline, and then they're going to finish with one more storyline with a couple of outliers. And they usually do 1 or 2 outliers every season anyway, outside of the main arcs. And that's what they're doing this year too. Yeah. But there's supposed to be 3 total storylines this season. So that's more than they've done before. Usually they do about 2 full storylines. Or what they call novellas or vignettes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it won't, because before it felt like the stories was getting a little too stretched. So with them doing like 3 storylines, hopefully it'll feel a little bit more
natural, but not too rushed.
Yeah.
They got to find that middle ground. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, the big one everybody's been waiting for. These both dropped the same day, so we're not really late on this. They just dropped basically today. Hawkeye, episode 1 and 2, dropped on Disney Plus. And I believe the new episodes drop every Friday, but it could be every Wednesday. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's Wednesdays.
If it'd be great if it's, in a way, it'd be great if it's Wednesdays. If it's great, it's not. I mean, it'd be great if it's Fridays and it means we get another one in 2 days, but at the same time, you know. Anyway, we meet Kate Bishop, and we first meet Kate Bishop as a young child. And she's living in one of the condos during the attack on New York at the end of the Avengers.
No, I think it's a penthouse, they said.
Yeah, it's a penthouse, not a condo. I meant to say penthouse. Penthouse. In fact, her parents had been arguing about selling the penthouse. And you look through the skylight and you see one of those giant marauders sinewy through the sky. And she looks out the window and she sees Hawkeye. And that's the one hero she got to see during the thing. And her dad dies in all the destruction that happened. But her and her mother live. And she's like worried, telling her mother, how do I keep us safe? And her mother worried tells her, it's my job to keep you safe, not the other way around. And it says, and if you need anything, you let me know and I'll make sure you get. And the thing she says she needs is a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
I wonder why. And then we kind of poof to her being an adult and find out that she's not only a member of the archery team at school, but she's a black belt in martial arts. She's won several tournaments, and she's trying to pick a lock. She doesn't do it, and so she ends up climbing the side of a building so that she's across from a clock tower, because they're wanting to ring a clock tower because they want to see if the ringing is caused by the bell swinging or if it's caused by the pendulum inside the bell swinging. And so she does her first shot, and it hits the bell, and it's a little bit of a thing, and it's like not very impressive. They say, well, that was anticlimactic. She says, don't worry. And she makes another shot, and this shot has like a little sling band attached to it, and she shoots the string of the pendulum, and it causes it to sling back and forth around, so the pendulum swings, and that causes a real proper bell ringing, and her two friends are down on the ground, are impressed, until the bell tower starts to collapse because it's not built to do the heavy bell ringing anymore, because it probably hasn't been run like that in ages. And so
I do feel a little bit like they should have I don't know, kept it up so it wouldn't collide if someone rang the bell.
Yeah, they probably should.
The bell has one purpose.
Yeah, they should have maintained it, so that they could do the swinging of the pendulum a little bit better, the striker. But anyway, so she rushes home, and of course she has a tendency to get into trouble. She comes to dinner at her mom's house, and first she comes to her mom's. Her mom's going to a party. She gets dragged into going to the party. At the party, she finds out that her mom is now engaged to the boyfriend that she don't really like. And she finds out from the boyfriend's father, who's not approving of the marriage either, because he disapproves of her mother.
The older guy was the uncle.
Uncle, whatever. But he disapproves of the mother, and and he's a collector of swords. The new potential stepdad is collector of swords. Of course, she was told to get dressed up for the party. She gets dressed up, but she gets dressed up in a suit like for a guy, which also kind of offends some people's sensibility. Some people think she's a waiter catering the gig, and she's a guest. It's coming down now. Rain. She goes underground into the wine cellar, and she finds that they're having an auction of illicit items, and one of the things on auction is Ronan's collapsible sword. And of course, at this time, nobody knows who Ronan was. Everybody knows who Hawkeye is, but nobody knows who Ronan was.
Yeah. Because Ronan always wore a mask, and so he's not attacked. They don't know who the identity was.
He wore a hood,
Ronan, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. And so the sword, and then later on the outfit are on, and then somebody breaks in during the auction, and the sword. Don't know what happens to the sword, but Kate Bishop makes off with Ronan's outfit and puts it on and fights a bunch of the, requisite ninja assassins that show up. And unfortunately, she goes back to her loft or her apartment, and it turns out that the bad guys had followed her there. But anyway, then we switch to Clint Barton during the episode, and Clint is in New York taking the kids around doing some bonding. Basically, they're going to dinner and shopping and stuff, and he's quizzing the kids on what do they want to do for Christmas, what's on their Christmas to-do list. And one wants to make a gingerbread house. He says, "Yep, that's definitely on the plan." Then the girls like, Christmas movie marathon. Yep, that's in the plan. And I don't remember what the oldest one said he wanted to do, but they're all going to do all these Christmas things. It's great. They're in the plans and stuff. They're going to head back home.
I think the oldest wanted to go see the big tree in New York.
They wanted to go see the great big Christmas tree in New York City, and so that was the next thing they were going to go do. And so they go see the big tree and stuff, and then when they get home, he sees on the news about someone in the Ronin outfit showing up. So he leaves his family to go investigate, finds Kate Bishop, and during this time, Kate has also adopted a dog. So far, it doesn't even have a name. It's just called Dog. In fact, at one point, she says it's kind of like a title of respect, like the Earl of Sandwich. But
I think it's got one eye, right?
I don't know. I didn't look at the dog that closely. But
he's in rough shape.
But he's been feeding him pizza. That's all it's been eaten so far. Anyway, the Ronin outfit gets left in her apartment as it's set fire by I can't remember the fucked up name of the gang. It's something like Trenchcoat Mafia or something like that.
They are the no, hang on. Jumpsuit.
Mafia?
Yeah, it's something stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, it was some stupid gang name. And he even mentions them to his wife on the phone.
Tracksuit.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, those guys." But
anyway,
it's
like the Tracksuit Mafia or something.
Tracksuit Mafia, something like that. And it's like, when they come back and they check he checks the results of the fire, the suit's not there, but he sees on one of the fire trucks a sticker for the New York City LARPing Society. So he goes to the LARPing event, and the LARPing event is all cops and firefighters and stuff. So all the LARPers are basically city official type emergency responders and everything. And he just wants to go in because he had gone onto their website and saw a video of the guy showing off his new LARP outfit, which was the Ronin suit. And he wants to go get that suit. Well, they won't let him in unless he joins in, and no normies allowed, basically. So he joins in. And the guy basically won't let him have the suit until he lets him kill him, because that's closest to things he can do is kill an actual superhero. Because again, everybody knows who Clint Barton is. Also, I left out the part where at the very beginning, when they first introduced Clint Barton, they went to a damn musical about the Avengers.
Oh man!
And that was
okay. The
horrid.
music.
It was horrendous.
Oh, I don't know. It looked pretty amusing to me.
Amusing, but yeah, it was comically horrendous. And I was like, oh my god. And
yeah, like I was thinking, other than Clint Barton was right about Ant-Man. Ant-Man didn't belong in that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I didn't think it looked bad. I'd watch it. Like if that live show came to Springfield, I'd go and see it.
I believe that, Lurch. And I would take your critique for it because I would not have gone to it.
But I enjoy Broadway musicals too.
I love Broadway musicals. That did not look like that looked like an affront to all things Broadway musical to me. I love Broadway musicals. I have been in musicals.
Yeah.
I was cast as Judas in Jesus Christ Superstar for an off-Broadway production. And I have spent my whole life wanting to be an Oliver. I wanted to play the Artful Dodger, but they'll never give me that role.
You said Oliver. You mean like Oliver of Oliver Twist?
Yes, the musical Oliver. I want to be the Artful Dodger, but my look would give me Will Sykes. So, or so maybe
I'm no means an expert. I'm no means an expert in Broadway musicals. I didn't get into theater until I was in college. But I do enjoy them sometimes, especially when in the right subject material.
I'm a musical nerd.
So yeah, I don't know.
I love music and acting. So musical nerd is a thing for me.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that looked like an affront to all things musicals in my book. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That was just something I'd left out. And then
Clint got upset because it had Natasha. It had an actress portraying Natalie, and upset him because
that's his best friend. His best friend, and he misses her. And you kind of feel a little teary-eyed for him on that one. And then let's see. Now back to the suit. He ends up getting the suit back from the guy by letting the guy beat him. And everything. And he tells his wife that he's going to be there at least another day or two. But he had promised the little girl that he would be there for Christmas. And that gives him 5 days to do it. So I think most of the Clint Barton's part of this series is going to be in this 5 days. I don't know if this is supposed to be a 6 or 9 episode or 12
6 episode.
Is it a 6?
It's 6 episodes.
So they'll probably get it all done in 5 days. But that's kind of where we're at now. He's telling Kate not to get him. He did get himself purposely captured by the jumpsuit mafia. But then Kate did a Where's My Friend app on her phone to find him. And broke in at the wrong moment because he was doing a very Nat thing to do and like pretending to be their hostage to basically get them to back down. But he was going to, break out of his bonds and beat the crap out of him and stuff. And then, but she interrupted it and stuff. So right now, we're kind of in a little bit of a flux. We've had a sword fight between her and her potential stepfather, where he underplayed his skill, but she knew it the whole time around and kept accusing him of it till he finally admitted it at the end. But her mom took her new fiance's side. She's like, oh my God, pissed off. And we're kind of left hanging there. So we got to see what happens in the next 4 episodes. It's looking to be great. Jeremy Renner is, of course, always a great actor. The girl they got playing Kate Bishop, I think, is doing a really good job. And they're really setting her up. I think if it builds onto the Young Avengers, like a lot of this is predicting on the internet, I think that she'd be a worthy Hawkeye for the Young Avengers. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes. We've got a lot more coming. We're almost 2 hours past our end time, so this is the longest show we've had. So we're going to cut it short here, unless Philip has anything extra to add.
Not much. I just want to make a quick mention that I just checked the calendar, and the show should be ending on December 22nd. So this Christmas themed show will be ending just 3 days before Christmas Day.
And that's the day that the new Christmas movies come out. Because the new Matrix comes out on the 22nd. And that'll be an HBO Max because it's Warner Brothers. The Spider-Man No Way Home comes out on the 19th or the 22nd. That one might be the 19th.
or the 22nd. I think it's the 19th.
It might be the 19th for that one. But there's at least one other that I know that's supposed to be on the 22nd. And I can't, probably just not thinking about it right now.
I am confident you are right. Let's see.
There's another Christmas
The Kingsman.
release. The Kingsman.
December 22nd.
The Kingsman is the other 22nd. Yeah, so there's a lot of great stuff coming out. And then as soon as we hit January, we're going to hit it running with more movies. And next year is full of releases in DC, in Marvel. I think there's a little bit of Star Wars sprinkled in there. And there's a couple of other franchise movies in there to boot. So we've got so much happening in the Nerdosphere. Can't wait to get talking about it next year. Hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving, a wonderful Christmas. From all of us to all of you. Remember to find us on our Twitch channels when we are broadcasting. I'm at Gamer Seuss, the channel you're on right now. You can also go to my YouTube. Go to YouTube, search Gamer Seuss, and find recordings of past broadcasts, as well as other broadcasts that I've done. And Lurch and Angel can be found at Left Claw Studios on Twitch, and also in their YouTube channel.
Yeah, the YouTube page is YouTube is the one to really promote for us because that's where we have most of our stuff.
A lot of content.
We have a lot more stuff on YouTube than on Twitch.
Because they started broadcasting on YouTube and went to Twitch a little bit later. But it's got stuff. You can also see Greg over at Queen City Cardboard. He's not going to be there tomorrow, but he normally does a show from 10 to between 1 and 2 o'clock every Thursday. Barring complications or life like Thanksgiving. And he plays a lot of old games, usually story games, Steam type stuff you find in Humble Bundles, things of that nature. So you can sit around and enjoy. And you can also visit him at Holdfast Brewing Company. And as he said earlier in the show, he is also working on getting a couple other board game nights going on at some other brewing companies. So keep an ear out. Just because he's not going to be hosting the show anymore doesn't mean we're not going to keep you guys updated if he starts another brewing company board game night. So we'll let you know what's happening there. Make sure in your Christmas shopping that you shop local as much as you can. Your friendly neighborhood gaming stores, comic stores, and stuff are the place to go because you want to support local, especially as a lot of them were hit really bad by COVID. So make sure to hit Metagames. New information came out that at the beginning of the year, Nameless is closing. So
Nameless City
Comics and Games is closing. So you're going to want to go there if you want any last minute things to get and to say bye to Rob over there at Nameless, because we totally support our local gaming industry as much as we can. And look for us again in January. We're going to probably keep the Wednesday broadcasting date, but it's probably going to be mostly just me and Lurch, which will mean we'll probably get more time dedicated to media, which is okay because we almost always end up going over in media anyway. And we're still going to hit board games, card games, role-playing games, video games, and general nerd hobbydom. And you never know what kind of guest stars we might talk into coming in for a guest spot. Maybe somebody to talk about miniature painting, prop design, improv acting. There's all kinds of things going on here. But thank you guys. Enjoy your holidays. May all your rolls be 20. May all your fumbles be epic. And if you tell a lie, make it a damn good story.
Yeah.
And
man, this gets me sad. I was double checking on that Nameless City, and I just found the official post or whatever about them closing December 31st.
Yep. Yeah, I'm on the early warning thing for that. Anyway, but yeah, we're sad about that, and we're sad we won't see any of you guys here at Game Time until the new year. But we're looking forward to seeing everybody in the new year, catching everybody up on all the stuff that happens throughout the month of December in that first January episode. So we may even dedicate that first episode to nothing but media. We'll see what happens.
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see what happens, because we'll have all of Armageddon to hit, plus one or two other episodes possibly. Yeah. And we'll have
Hawkeye to catch up on.
Completely finish Hawkeye. We'll have gone through.
The Book of Boba Fett will have started.
What?
Book of Boba Fett starts at the end of December. I think it was the 29th.
I don't know if I'm going to watch it or not, but I know you're probably going to.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not as into the Star Wars TV shows. I like Star Wars, but I kind of prefer the movies. I watched the first season and started the second season of The Mandalorian before I got tired of it, and I never got into the Star Wars. So, anyway, we're going to let you go for now. We'll catch you up in January, tell you what all we had. And, hey, we can maybe do some reveals of some of the nerdy gifts we got for Christmas. You never know. That's always a fun thing to do. Find out what everybody's getting this nerdy season. Anyway, everybody have a good time. We enjoyed having you. I hope you enjoyed having us visit you in your homes today, and we'll catch you next year. For myself, for Lurch, for Greg, and for all of us at Eclectic Endeavors, have a wonderful holiday.
Bye.
Game over.